Alright, stream audio check. Someone other than me talk.
Howdy, howdy.
This is me talking into the microphone.
Got a
I
me,
think we're good.
got a Devin, got an Alex.
As long as you get me and anyone else, it's fine.
Yep.
I mean, main thing's just also to ensure, like, one person isn't turned down, like, way quieter.
That's fair.
'Cause that has happened.
Better safe than sorry, Cameron. Unless you want to be a Garbo streamer.
You got me there, you got me there. Why are we dropping frames? Oh my god, I don't know why. Maybe we really need a modem. Or a router? I don't know.
The routers are expensive.
The routers they want me to get are expansive.
I don't know
Just
where.
snake Ethernet cables throughout the whole house.
It's literally what I have. To 4 rooms. But, like, I don't know which would be better in that situation, because I don't even know where the internet comes from. So.
Anywho.
I know you didn't mean it like that, but it's fantastic the way that it came out.
I've heard of cheese.
I've heard of cheese.
That was Doc's worst day. First finding alcohol on his bed, then only to open the door to hear Arthur go, "I've heard of cheese."
Remember when I said that all my characters are just parts of myself? They're all equally as fucking brain dead.
I mean, you only
I'm
have one
so
brain cell to
sad.
share amongst the bunch.
They're
I'm
just arguing.
so
And,
sad.
and Sebastian is keeping it hostage right now. So.
Yes.
I have like 4 brain cells to divvy out, and Sebastian has a firm grasp on like 3 of them.
The other one floats around, but it's only used to make funny jokes that are clever sometimes.
No, it's just a synaptic flare. Just every once in a while something connects the right way.
Every once in a while, it's like a moment of lucidity.
He's breaking free.
And then he's just like, so guys, there's this thing about a demon, and he's gone again.
You just lure him into his early death by just, ooh, piece of cult paraphernalia. Ooh, piece of cult paraphernalia. He's
I
gone.
miss this.
You missed this. Just constantly being berated. It's okay. I'll get a thing on OPS to be like, Alex is not a masochist. Just
No
flashes
Alexes
on
were
screen.
abused in the course of this game.
Lightly abused.
We swear he enjoys it.
Just the tiniest out of like help me in Alex's eyes.
Well, that's because of Ripley stalking his ankles out of sight.
Oh yeah. That's when Ripley's gearing up to like jump on my shoulder when I'm not paying attention.
Alright, well, something something Viking, something something vampire, Mage's Regret.
That's a wonderful haiku.
And gun there.
Can I shoot the First Lord?
Yeah.
Please don't. Ask first. Ask for consent before you shoot somebody.
Can I
Ask
shoot
before
you?
shoot. Sure, why not?
Well, at first my answer would be, no, you can't shoot the NPC. But then I thought, my character is literally someone who, if you went, can I shoot you? He'd be like, yeah, sure. So, you know what? Consent first, then shoot.
I want to see if I can take a bullet. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
He's the fucking First Lord, if anyone could, yeah.
Yeah, if you walk up to the first one and get, hey, can I shoot you? He'd probably be like, oh, that's probably not going to do anything. So yeah, sure, go ahead.
Timmy the consent bullet says, please ask permission.
Do you have any food allergies? Cox clock.
This bullet has your name on it and a checkbox that says yes or no.
Will you go to Sonic's with me after school?
It's like a sadistic "do you like me" bullet.
Oh god, alright, we've given Alex too much of the spotlight already. Let's waken Alexi up and get
He
this
can't
ball
help
rolling.
it. The sheer magnetism of his charisma just
What can I
draws
say?
the stream in.
What can I say?
IRL Bard.
So, last time we left off, this is a little while now, because someone can't keep a consistent fucking schedule, which we're not even going to go over the next 2 weeks. It's
Yeah,
already-
Groovy. Looking at you, Groovy. Constantly leaving the chat. Fucking.
He doesn't even say anything. It's terrible.
Why do I have
Always
+1
deafened, too.
bear on my sheet?
Plus
Oh, I have +1 bear damage. Okay, so continue. I forgot about that.
1 bear damage. So, anyway. Last time we left off, you guys killed a Infernal Duke.
I think that's pretty cash money of us.
It was.
It was. Jinx. And
You
you
owe him more
guys
D&D campaigns.
not only killed an Infernal Duke, but you got Wode's respect out of the deal as well. Mostly Alexi, but he's currently unconscious. His bare ass sticking up in the air after his armor was shredded by Finwith.
Whoops.
It's true.
Ishtar has been somewhat scared by Finwith's lack of control.
Alright, I'm sad right now. Fuck.
And Arthur is also unconscious.
No, I'm back up, and I drank.
No,
a
I
piece.
used one of
Oh,
my-
that's right.
because I woke him up as soon as the battle was over and explained what was going on.
So you guys were offered to go back to the Duke of the Charred Bone. But you guys decided it's probably best you just get moseying along. And Wode has opened a portal to the material plane right at the doorstep of the First Lord's Manny. So, with Alexi slung over Finwith's shoulder, you guys are dragged in through the portal. And as you guys step through, what lies before you is a large, dark manor that almost has the trappings of a cathedral. There's a wrought iron fence that surrounds the building, with maybe like a 15-foot gap between the building and the fence. The grass here is dark. The trees surrounding have nearly black leaves. But something of even greater interest is in the sky. As for the first time since you guys have been in Moth, you guys look up to see a crystal clear night sky. There's a large waxing crescent moon up overhead. Despite the moonlight that dimly illuminates the area, the surroundings are dark. All around, you just see the shadowed trees in the forest, and anywhere that does not receive direct moonlight is cast in shadow. Even for those who have dark sight. The shadowed areas are very dim, lightly obscuring any kind of detail you can see in the bark of the trees or the blades of grass that lie beneath the light's edge.
Well, we were told to find him to keep following the darkness. Certainly found a dark-ass spot.
So, as you guys step foot down, probably very soothingly, though also probably too contrasting from before, The ground is very cold and slightly wet with dew. As you can feel your feet touch dirt and wet grass. The surrounding area has a little bit of humidity, but is mostly cold and dark.
So they cross over. Finwith kind of leverages Alexi down and kind of just leans him half against his shins as he straightens up and begins to like hook his fingers underneath the bark, prying away the pieces. So he no longer needs the fire resistance. Shucking away pieces of almost metal wood grain until he's finally free of it, shakes himself out.
It is... One second.
This
Ishtar
music.
would just
Oh, go ahead.
no, Ishtar would probably just be leaning up against a tree, just trying to catch her breath after everything.
Once you're here, and once you guys get settled, you realize it is deathly quiet in the proximity of this manor. No bee sounds, no rustling woods. If no one is moving, you hear nothing but deafening silence.
He probably doesn't notice just how bad it is at first, just from focus, and then as soon as he goes to ask, hey, can either, and then it's suddenly it's just too loud compared to the quiet. He just stops and drops his voice. Either you two think you can wake Alexi up? She's just gonna be out for a bit.
I unfortunately I could. It would take me a few minutes, but I could.
Oh yeah, because he passed out because of exhaustion from
Yeah.
having no key.
Yep.
Actually, no, I can't restore key.
How
I
long
can
were you
restore
out?
it. I can't restore it.
I'll gain my exhaustion point back after 20 minutes.
Okay, that's not super long then.
We can just squat on the First Lord's property. Which like 20 minutes.
Well, I mean, do you want to meet the First Lord with a sack of potatoes over one shoulder and Alexi just miss out on it?
No, we can just like wait like a little bit.
Take a breather. It's fine.
Take
We did just kill a demon lord.
We want to look presentable.
It's true.
I'm also in my briefs.
Well, you have
Yeah.
shredded armor on you. It just no longer confers any benefit.
I suppose
Not
that's fair.
actually nude. Unless Cameron wants you to be, but if he's into nude Vikings, you know, he can always just go play Valheim instead.
Fair. So, you guys wait. The silence is almost maddening. There's always that slight, faint ringing in your ears from the slightest bit of tinnitus due
He
to...
keeps his hands busy to try and at least make some quiet noise, and also just to help Alexi out. Sets him up against a tree and tries to put some of his tattered armor into order, tossing off like shredded bits that are just not going to hang on anymore.
There's the occasional.
It just makes him laugh the first time it happens after he startles from just like the jarring sound suddenly. You just get a small chuckle out of Finwith.
Looking at the manor, you see large 20-foot tall windows that kind of line this left side of the house, or the manor it appears you guys are on. And you can see that the wrought iron fence kind of goes on for quite a distance before turning off in the distance. You can see into the property. There's hedges, grass, what appears to be some old lawn ornaments that have long since deteriorated.
I know you probably mean something like impressive, like some big stonework
It's
or
like
whatever.
stone
But I just
fountains.
I imagined like the pink flamingo.
Just
Painted black.
a decrepit
He's got the
pink
Halloween.
flamingo.
He's got the Halloween skeletal flamingos where the bones don't actually make sense for a bird.
Though, does Arthur sense anything in the house?
Or anywhere with your
Yeah.
3-mile radar.
You
Half mile.
sense nothing. And even more odd, you sense nothing. Not yourself, not your allies. You don't even sense, like, once your key detection got to a certain point, you could sense, like, the mites and the earthworms and everything in the surrounding area. But it's nothing. It's a void that once you focus on, it's that same deafening silence that kind of assaults your senses. You feel alone.
Does Arthur have like at least with his, galaxy brain key knowledge? Does he know why this could be?
You have no idea.
That scares him more.
Is there anything I can see in particular since I have see supernatural?
No.
This is a perfectly normal manner.
Then actually his key detection's working, right? So Arthur doesn't feel like his key abilities are just cut off. Like he can still use them.
You think about some, you try to manifest key, and you do feel it flowing through you.
Okay, good. He's less scared.
Been with
I should
uncomfortable
actually
animals.
ask the Daedalus, is it because of his deal that this area is like this?
It's possible.
Oof, there's some feedback there.
That's some nice
What
feedback.
the hell? Why is that happening? 1 second.
Whoa.
She really is in a cave.
Oh, that's why. It's possible. It was coming out of my speakers up there and not in here.
Ah,
It's okay, it was just adding to the echo effect for her speaking.
I'm sorry, I'm going through a tunnel.
Outside of asking a question, is the Daedalus reacting at all to any of this or saying anything?
No.
Fenwith just rides himself as best he can while waiting after finicking over Elixir, waiting for either him to wake up or someone else to say or do something. It's very clear, though, that the silence, while not necessarily like getting to him like it's getting to Arthur, he's definitely just not enough stimulation. You can hear him shifting his weight from one leg to another, standing next to Alexi, fiddling with armoring pieces, hooking at one point, like lifts a leg and adjusts the jawbone around one boot, and then like shifts too much, cracks something, and then just freezes in the silence, just sets the foot back down.
That's fair. Thanks. Every time you make a sound, it seems like you're encroaching upon this place in some form or fashion.
It's not good. But is it subtle?
After about 20 minutes or so, Alexei finally gives one final loud snore before waking himself up with it.
The bubble pops. It's like kind of scratches himself a bit.
You look
Go
around at
ahead.
your compatriots and they just seem deathly silent to you. It's disturbing.
Hey, we're here.
Oh, that's very good. You all did not need to be silent while I slept. I am heavy sleeper.
No,
It's not that.
It's real quiet here.
It's the place.
Oh, he like rifles through his pack for a moment and pulls out a heart that is actively beating. This is yours if you want it. Your kill.
Oh, is this from the
Horcrux.
yeah, that one.
Yeah. Would let us take it.
Well, I appreciate it. It is a very fine trophy. And kind of like looks it over.
And he basically said, good job and looks forward to fighting you. But like in that weird way, like things that are too old say things. And then he drops the still beating, incredibly powerful magical artifact into your hands as if it's nothing.
There's like a smile and then kind of a disappointment when he looks around and notices Wode's not there anymore.
Yeah, sorry, he gave us the portal and we didn't want to stay around.
The heart has a unique feeling to it. It's composed of, well, I mean, it looks like a heart with some extra ventricles in it. But the weirdest part about it is it gives off a dead heat. There is no radiation from it whatsoever, no heat that kind of emanates off of it. But when you touch it, it's very strangely rubbery texture, bleeds heat into your fingers as you kind of squish it.
Does it have a weird appearance with the supernatural analyzers looking at it?
No.
Okay.
Though Ishtar could probably see a slightly menacing aura emanating from it.
Much like the chunk of demon firmly nestled behind your sternum now.
He takes like a little piece of cloth. I mean, he has many pieces of cloth he can choose from right now.
There's a whole
Kinda-
pile next to you of pieces that seem to have been discarded.
He kind of like bundles it up, kind of like a little hobo bundle, and like sticks it in his bag.
And then Finwith offers a hand down.
He raises up and clasps your hand.
That's the thing where he like steps on your foot and grabs your arm and hauls you up, half using your own weight to do it.
I think I'm sitting with like a negative 120 right now.
Yep. The exhaustion penalty is astronomical.
Pretty rough. But you regain fatigue every 10 minutes of full rest, so.
Alright, well, you want to get the key out? I guess we should keep going.
Okay.
Oh, right. And he kind of like looks over himself and he kind of looks in his pack for something.
Do you have like traveling clothes or a previous armor set? Or do you have that like +5 like armor we got off the True Cerberus? So I think we had a quality set we found, right? It's just nobody used it.
We had a chainmail, but he can't actually wear that, I don't think.
It wouldn't do very well for covering your body anyway.
Not particularly.
Thanks, Jess.
Well, he can put on snow boots. does not have extra clothing. Kind of looks through, shrugs, puts the bag over his shoulder.
I'd say the professor looks the type to have extra clothes when he travels. But I don't think it even fits you.
It'd be amusing nonetheless. And gives a half-cocked grin.
I mean, we'd probably just bust the seams on it.
Honestly, I don't think his fat head can fit through the neck hole.
You've I don't know. Would wearing a waterproof blanket suffice, do you think?
I mean, I think it's like
Of meeting somebody.
just as odd meeting somebody carrying a blanket around you as it is in like torn up clothes. Plus, we came out of these woods, so I feel like most things would kind of just nod along.
I mean, you're in shape. Just go full barbarian on him.
All right, I think this will suffice then. And he just wears his raggedy fur armor.
Hold on, Ishtar like holds up a finger like, oh wait, hold on a second. Maybe I know it would work for me. I don't know about you.
Please tell me you don't have a spell for that. If you have creation, you definitely have a spell for that.
I'm straight up just expecting fucking that joke from Dragon Ball Z Abridged of just clothes beam. Shoot someone.
Actually. What would the level of clothes quality his would be at right now? Just basic?
-5.
-5. Okay.
They started out as regular.
Okay. Ishtar, well exhausted, like, okay, let's try this. She points at your clothes and immediately they start to shift and change and reform into what she can only assume is finer looking clothes. She's like, maybe this is what a chieftain would wear, I don't know. But your clothes transform into appear to be exquisite quality. With the appearance of being clean and pressed at all times, stains and splashes slip off the fabric without causing the slightest imperfections, and a tear will magically mend in seconds.
It's gonna be really fucking funny if the First Lord can see through that the whole time. If it's just like an illusion or something. If it doesn't actually physically change them, or it's just a concentration thing. You just walk into an anti-magic zone and the Viking goes naked.
As she tried. I don't have the creation tree, I have the wardrobe spell from the nobility tree.
That's fucking beautiful.
Wardrobe spell.
Is it an illusion
Yes.
or
It's
does
called
it actually
wardrobe.
do it?
Let me take a look at it.
Wow, Alexi just looks fucking fancy now.
If I cast it at intermediate level, you would get a plus 50 bonus to your style secondary ability.
Please don't give him any more style.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Anima magic, man.
I hate this game system.
I know.
No, yeah, the spell temporarily transforms the target's clothes into others of exquisite quality, with the appearance of being clean and pressed at all times.
How long does it last then?
They can maintain it daily.
Okay, so his clothes are just fine so long as nothing keeps you from maintaining it. Or until you drop it.
So what does Ishtar think appropriate exquisite clothes looks like for Alexi? Give us a description of what these clothes would look like on him.
I mean, like, I know she's gonna go for the, like, what do I think a chieftain should wear? But, like,
I want to hear
the
this.
immediate idea of, like, putting somebody in, like, a Chippendale outfit. That was the line, Suzanne.
He just
That
looks.
was the straw that broke the camel's back.
He just looks like the guy on the brawny like paper towels.
Lord, no, if she did that, Radaman would have a field day. He would wake up from his coffin just because of that.
Then do it. We need him.
No, she doesn't know he's in a coffin. For all she knows, he's awake. She just doesn't want him to materialize.
The lumberjacks, they're too close.
Quick cut, Serena.
I found Sarita a nice lumberjack while I was out. Look, he's even got nice shiny clothes.
No, Radaman realizes it wasn't the problem. Serena wasn't the person with the lumberjack problem. It was Ishtar.
No, it's both of them.
Oh yeah, by the way, to answer your question, Alex, he just gets new clothes. All Cinderella for him there.
So it is new clothes.
It is legit new clothes.
Okay, so it is just clothes beam. All right.
Yeah, well, more like transformation clothes beam, but you know. And the funny
his
thing is,
clothes have a whole magical girl transformation sequence. Is what happens.
the funny thing is, if Ishtar stops or doesn't maintain it, his clothes will just go away at midnight. He's literally Cinderella. Anywho, we've given you enough time to think. Tell me what you think fancy clothes for Alexi looks like.
Well, she's kind of basing it off Finwood since they're the only two people from the north she's known. So she's going for the full fur look, just...
You actually do know one thing about those Arctic Chimera cloaks.
She does.
Both
And she
parties
may
have run
actually
into that.
pause for a second or spell casting. Finwood, can you turn a second?
Okay. He does like a full like awkward turn around.
She goes for the whole fur capelet, but instead of it being the wolf fur, she does go with like the Arctic Chimera pattern. Nice leather tunic, proper attire for the winter, pretty much. But she just makes it almost like it also like it has like a slight shimmer to it, at least to the fur for the Arctic Chimera.
Of all the like helpful spells you got one that just gives you clothes.
Yes.
So
Oh,
Alexi looks really fly in his new outfit, but he looks dead inside and super tired. Massive bags under his eyes. He's kind of drooping a little bit.
He kind of like looks over the new clothes. And there's a slight like smile. He's like, I actually look a bit like my father did. He comes from a noble house, technically speaking.
Oh, your father was a nobleman? She
Yeah.
forgot something. She just points at you, and just suddenly you're surrounded by perfume.
Finda takes a couple steps away.
Kind of like sleepily waves like the fumes. So he's like, the noblemen in the sense that we are great hero bloodline, not the nobleman who gets very uppity when they don't get their way, sort of thing.
Okay. By the way, she did use one of her freer abilities. She cast the perfume spell.
Spell.
Yes, there's a
Body
perfume
odors
spell,
making
Alex.
it a fragrant, smooth, and pleasant aroma, and evoking pleasant sensations to those within an area determined by the level of the spell.
You know, I'd like make fun of this a little bit to you, Ishtar, if I haven't seen the other spells you can do and how fucking terrifying they are. Though, I mean, I don't know how you learn a spell that just makes perfume, but whatever.
That's a 60-foot radius.
60-foot radius perfume?
I mean, hey, at least you learned the most important lesson. Don't poke fun at shamans.
And
You
aesthetics
never know
are
which way
key.
they'll get you.
All right, I think we're all good to go. Ah, shit. Looks at her own clothes. I should probably go change. Ducks behind a tree.
That is okay. It'll give me a moment to.
He kind of sits on a log.
It's just like hands on the knees. He'll also meditate during this time. I mean, he assumes it's gonna take a while.
Unfortunately, all the clothes Radovan gave her are complicated messes. She does throw out to Arthur, you might want to wear the nice clothes he gave you, by the way.
Fuck.
Richard goes down and he pulls out some clothes from his bag. I don't know. Should I go comfy or ballroomy? He's holding up like the turtleneck sweater he had from his like cozy look and like some nice like official looking like professor clothing.
Finwith gives the like turtleneck one look, and it's just like, why does it look like that?
Ah, you made the decision for me. He takes it behind a nearby tree.
All it takes is one rude Viking.
Well,
No, he just
Arthur-
wears the turtleneck.
Arthur changes too. He gets in his fancier clothes, which just the shit he's wearing in his art picture. So but just as waiting for the others as well, just like Finwith and Alexi, just by the way, I recommend trying to sense with your key.
Oh, right. And he tries to sense at a -80 penalty.
Finwith will do it as well.
I mean, it's not like the rate; it's the mainly understanding the position we're in. He just wants to impart that on the key users.
Share my fear. And there's a look at Arthur there on stream. We have a clothes reference.
Yeehaw.
Oh, come on, you didn't want to go full on the outfit Radovan got you with the nice vest.
He's wearing that's the toned down version. He took a few and then just
He looked at the pieces that Doc would approve of and went like, no, that's probably too far.
he got rid of anything that was like, this would not make me shoot good.
He Alexei kind of like tries sensing with like one eye open. Duh, that is very weird.
It's not as bad for you as you haven't been like as sensory as Arthur has been for as long.
Yeah, Finwith's even less so he just kind
Yeah.
of senses, he's like, why?
No clue. And that's what worries me. I don't know what that is.
Well, I'm used to nothing, so.
Alexei like pokes Arthur and then pokes Fenwith.
Oh, wait, I should be able to fool you guys.
Yeah.
Huh. Rude shaman. Weird magic. He lifts up his hands. The most he has to do to his... He's mostly in order since his magic twists him out of order for fights. He just takes the time to rebraid the hair that goes down the back.
Mainly we might have issues if, I don't know, something comes of it when you use our abilities. Might be harder here.
Whether I can feel something or not doesn't change my how I'll handle it.
There is not much I can do in the way of techniques right now, but I can still swing sword. So I think that will work.
Plus, we shouldn't have to worry too much. We shouldn't be fighting. We gotta get him for Radovan.
True.
Nuts. It'll be
There's
fine.
a picture of Alexei on stream. Or not Alexei. Yes, Finwith.
Finwith.
Oh my god, I
Yeah,
almost said
that's-
Finley. Because a Finley and a Finwith now.
I got excited for a second, like, oh, but Devin, you got art?
No, sadly.
I still really like that Finwith art.
It's great.
Yep.
Mhm.
And the best part is from the beginning of the campaign, that's just him spreading into Anastasia's like personal bubble. While probably saying something vaguely pestering. It looks so comfortable doing it. Love
It's
my
like the scene I
golden
can
retriever
easily
boy.
imagine that in is like the celebration afterwards when Finwith was extremely drunk.
He's gotten trashed only a couple times this game, but boy has he gotten trashed when he did.
Oh yeah. Ishtar does eventually come out in a much nicer outfit, muttering about how these skirts are impractical. Why does Radovan insist I have to wear something like this?
That's an abnormally feminine dress for Ishtar. It just looks slightly off.
Then just looks at her and Richard's choices, and he just
Yeah, as Richard comes out of his place, he kind of flicks at himself and his clothes just like floofs out for a second and unwrinkles.
That is very fancy, a very southerner.
Richard just shrugs.
Out of curiosity, how much time did they take?
30 minutes.
Okay. It's
gotta
not bad.
shave off that penalty.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
Only at a -10 now, which is nice.
It's
I
funny
mean,
that I'm-
as uncouth as it may be, you guys could just like rest out in the surrounding woods as well. If you guys don't
we
want to.
could.
I don't know, would Arthur be fine just keeping watch in this dead silence?
He's unnerved. He's not like scared. It's just that moment of like he feels very isolated after sensing everything's probably like definitely like also kind of comforting. It's like, okay, we're not completely fucked. I sense a lot of shit, and then it's just purely cut off.
Imagine living in New York City and waking up one morning and you see no signs of life anywhere.
Yeah, just no noise, nothing.
It's the kind of silence like you don't realize how like ambiently noisy your life is until the power cuts and there's no AC, there's no heating, there's no fridge, there's no like vague tech noises from like the turned off TV or the microwave. Just dead silence.
Just
Like when the power's off in a snowstorm, that's the worst. After the
Just
snows
the-
have like stopped.
Just the sound of the neighbors fucking across the hall.
I'm so sorry if that's your reality. It sounded like it came from personal experience.
It comes from personal experience when you're like walking down the hallway and it's blackout, typhoon, for 3 days.
Yeah, but there
for
was
3
nothing
days
else to do.
for 3 days straight. Yeah.
It's either that or Uno.
But Arthur's down to keep watch. He's fine with it. He doesn't need to sleep. He'll just kind of chill so he can get some HP back.
It was fine.
Alexi's better.
He's fairly fucking injured, but like that means nothing for Finwith.
That's also fair.
Ishtar is magic-wise exhausted to Sal, but otherwise she's fine. So
I've actually got over half a tank on the Xeon.
well, to be fair, that spell wasn't that expensive.
Oh no, the Ignis was super cheap. Part of the problem, they can stay up for a much longer time.
Richard's also relatively fine. Not all necromancy spells are very utility based, so you know.
Right now, it's just kind of the main thing we recovered to is Alexi and my key. Yeah, we used a lot key.
And at this point, Alexi's at 50 key.
Oh shit!
I can't key a minute.
Oh, you got that. Never mind.
Yeah, remember he has the like insane.
Yeah, I remember.
Yours is like a key an hour. 'cause
I
you
get
don't have
like
a-
8 key an hour. No, 6 key per hour.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's every 10 minutes. All right, well, if everybody's done looking like that, we good to go.
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah.
know where the front door is, though. There's just kind of gates.
Alexei, not looking like he's on death's door anymore, kind of just gets up. He's like, ugh.
I mean, beyond the injuries you incurred in the prior.
Oh yeah, that's
What are
definitely
you
still
at?
there. 56
Out of
Oh,
what?
yeah, out of what?
out of 180.
Oh shit! I
Alright.
got more health than you.
94 out of 260.
You have hard to kill, which helps a lot.
Yes.
71 out of 220. It's the one thing I gave Arthur to ensure that he didn't die immediately.
Alexei just has a really high con, so his base health is amazing.
Richard looking at his 160 max health.
Yeah, and it hasn't gone down except for when he's done it to himself, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think he's recouped his sacrificed health at this point.
Yeah, he did in that
Maybe.
grove.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
that's right, the Grove.
Ishtar, what's your health at? So now you got fucked up. Les said she got fucked up.
Yeah, the mana fetters, especially, just well,
I'm
after
sitting
your
at
ass.
40 out of 135.
Man, we're all torn the hell up.
Yeah. Except for this
Except
fucking,
Richard.
this fucking dude
It's fine in health,
Fine.
fine in Xeon.
wearing a turtleneck.
Now that Alexei's not completely exhausted, he kind of looks over the group. Oh yeah, you all look like shit.
Yeah,
But it was
Outs-
just shrugs.
Outside of clothing.
ditto.
Oh, I can fix that for myself. And she just flashes a hand in front of her face, and it looks like she's put on a slight layer of makeup, and she just looks suddenly refreshed.
Spell for that too.
Those nobility spells coming in hot.
She was just flexing a magic tree at us.
Again, I can't argue that these aren't practical. These may be coming in handy now, but I ain't
It
gonna.
was just shrugs and looks at Lexi. I feel fine though. It was a good fight.
It was a good fight, and even a fight after, he kind of does a nudge on your shoulder.
He takes it and has the same old kind of dopey smile, yeah, and then almost immediately just kind of shifts away. Wait, resettles. And just doesn't look anywhere near Ishtar.
Well, let's see. I guess the first questions first. Who needs the rest? Looks over everybody.
I mean, sitting outside the house, I feel fine.
I can keep going before we rest.
Unless we're about to get ambushed, I'm fine.
I don't see anything.
I'd say I don't sense anything. That doesn't really, matter here.
I definitely hear an unease in both your voices, but this would be the time to bring it up if you need to.
I don't think even a single night's rest is going to do much anyone here that good.
Very well. Other than that, who has the letter?
I do. And she goes and pulls out both the letter and the key.
Oh yeah, does the key
Yeah,
blink?
she looks at the key
Key just looks like an iron key.
with some feather attachments that Ishtar can see.
Well, spectrally, yes.
Alright, well, guess we can go find the hole it goes in.
Alright. So, as you guys begin walking around the perimeter of the house following the wrought iron fence, every step just sounds amplified due to the surrounding quiet. You guys feel like almost as if you were walking around inside of an empty building. Just every step seems obvious, and no matter how quietly you try to move, it doesn't seem to offset the difference.
Puma stops at one point. So he's like trying to like puzzle something out before he keeps up with the party. Just sounds like caves.
Going around the corner, you see a well-weathered paved path that leads to a front set of iron gates that are closed with a somewhat obvious keyhole in the center.
So, do you think this this key is for the gate, or did we forget the gate key?
One way to find out.
He stands aside.
Looking at the keyhole, does she see anything supernatural on there as well?
Nope. Just looks like a raw iron gate.
Okay. She tries the key.
You go and you turn the key. It's somewhat hard as it seems like the inner mechanism is slightly rusted. It takes some force, and after a bit of effort, you hear the latch inside kind of give way, and the gate almost stutters open and reverberates a bit from the movement. It seems like this gate has not been opened in a significant amount of time. As you turn the key, though, the feathers and everything on it just dissipate. Just
Hey, so did you ever ask your friend how he got the key for this place? Seems like one of those super special things that people shouldn't have.
Never thought to ask him about it.
Oh, wasn't scared of a demon lord, not scared of a door. Let's go.
Ishtar goes through.
Alex follows.
Ishtar goes through the gate then.
so, as you guys head up to the front steps, you're confronted by a large set of about 20-foot tall wooden doors.
You need such a big fucking door for.
Should we knock?
Oh, yeah. And he like kind of awkwardly steps around the Ishtar and reaches up and knocks with probably far louder than anything Ishtar would have done.
Just like, come.
It just falls off the hinges. Two 20-foot tall doors just boom. Crack half the tiles, take out a chandelier. Bottom of the steps gone.
As you knock, a forceful knocker by nature, the knock seems to reverberate through the space you guys are in. Abnormally loud, and you can hear from within the hollow sound of the knock bouncing through the building. After a brief moment,
Hope we didn't wake him up or anything.
the doors swing open, leading into a deep cathedral-esque hall. As there's just nothing but ornate pillars, tile floor, and just a long carpet that extends out into what almost appears to be an inky blackness about 100 feet away.
Oh, how fortunate. It was already unlocked. He
Is
steps
the
inside.
inside about the same color as the outside?
I mean, as far as being dimly lit, sure. Which it is lit by several sconces on the walls to the left and to the right. They give off a dim flame.
Finwell steps in.
Ishtar's right behind him.
Going right in.
How does Southerners make buildings look so cold? These places all suck.
As you guys continue walking forward, your footsteps echoing throughout the empty building, the darkness never seems to get any closer, and it feels like you're running almost on a treadmill, as everything is just the same to your left and to your right. Before long, you look behind you, and what was the entrance is now inky blackness, and you're just in open space. Eventually, you keep moving, and you see that some of the walls change a little bit as you guys seem to be approaching like an alcove, or like the rear of what a cathedral would have. The walls change. There's no longer windows necessarily. And as you guys walk, you can see faintly a window somewhat high off the ground begins to like illuminate with a pale light. And before you guys, there is that carpet that leads up to a singular throne-like chair. And there, with one leg crossed over the other, sitting in a very relaxed position, is Vitello with black eyes and black hair, pale skin in contrast, and wearing an old, kind of like Strahd-esque outfit, you know. It's black with silver buttons and this bright red tie. Or cravat, more likely. But as he just sits there and looks at you all.
Ishtar does a proper curtsy, as she was taught.
So, Alexei does like a bow that he would think would be a thing, but he doesn't necessarily know the like Southerner bow at all. So
Kind of
That's what we
same,
thought.
actually.
it's kind of like half-hearted bow.
Arthur gives the same, actually. Yeah, he just never really had to do this. So he just like he sees Alexei start. He's like, oh yeah, and he kind of follows along. He assumes you know what you're doing.
Phil just gives you all a weird look and mostly seems to have his attention on the guy.
Richard just doesn't do anything, just sits there.
Yep.
And he raises a hand. You can dispense with the formalities. There is no one else here. The silence even more deafening after he finishes speaking.
Yeah, there's like the quiet, awkward lull, and Phil goes like, "Yeah, we noticed," and then immediately it's too loud again. It's really quiet.
I can appreciate straight and to the point, though. Right. We have a letter for you for the individual who sent us.
His eyes fixed to Ishtar.
She walks up and hands him the letter.
He takes the letter gently from your hand and opens it. The sound of the envelope ripping open and the folding of the paper just abnormally loud in this quiet hall.
It's like when someone coughs when you're taking an exam.
As he's like reading, Alexei's kind of like looking over the room. It's like really dark in here, right?
The periphery, like the just on the corners of the building and the wall, is just dark. But the walls seem to be made of stone, besides this black and white checkered tile that's heavily worn, and this carpet that's much lost its luster over millennia.
All right. He very much like squints as he's like looking at the things because he's not initially sure if it's just like extra darkness into like a wider room or if it's the stone wall itself. And then he kind of realizes, like, does a nod and turns his attention back.
Once he's done reading, he nods, holding the letter between two fingers. He adjusts his position and looks at you all. So, tell me, what do you all want?
Do you mean in the point of our mission or just in general? I've had to make that distinction before since walking into this forest.
Whichever matters most to you.
Well, he kind of looks to Ishtar and Arthur. I suppose you two would know better of what Radovan wants, yes?
Over what everyone wants, yes. But I believe he's not inquiring as to Radovan's wishes. He's inquiring into ours, personally. If I am correct, my lord.
Like I said, dispense of the pleasantries.
Is there a way you would prefer to be addressed? I'm afraid I only know you as the First Lord.
Call me Corvus.
Just watch Alex's stupid face. Don't do it. No references. No jokes.
Going to.
No, just goes. Nice to meet you. Name's Fidwith Gellinson. At the moment, could no if you respond to that.
I'm aware.
Alright, let's try not to be rude, but first thing I want mostly is that letter would come all the way here for. I'm not sure exactly like what he wants you to do, but whatever it is, a friend of ours lives there. It's one of them. And,
Anastasia.
yeah, Servant. His family and his home are kind of in a tough spot with everything going on. And
Depends on your perspective.
I didn't hear what you said.
Depends on your perspective.
Well, for him, it's a problem what's going on because he's worried about his home and his family. And we got other stuff to do, so I want him to be able to go do that with us without being worried about his family.
Yes. You're dealing with the undead king Haringam, correct?
Yeah. And whatever else comes up along the way.
So then. What do you want?
Well, so we can, keep doing what we're doing, I guess. Do what you gotta to help out, or tell us how to help them out.
Anastasia is making progress towards that end. I'm sure
good,
he'll
so
be
he's
more
okay?
than capable of joining you before too long.
Kind of perks up some. He's like, can you, see what they're doing?
I can now.
Why not before?
Before, members of the Crow family had erected a barrier to prevent any, well, I guess, far-seeing into the city Rosencratz.
Somebody mess up their work? Or did they?
Yes, someone did.
So he's okay right now?
A little confused at the moment.
Not satisfied.
Whatever out of him then.
I can't see him.
Just as like a glance back at Arthur.
He ain't dead, is he?
I don't know. Unlikely.
That's good at least.
Tell me, Arthur, what do you want?
Well, he thinks for a good moment. There's one big answer to that question he asked. But any other thoughts he has are pushed aside as he's made a promise. What I want is your assistance in this situation. Helping out rather than however you can. Basically, whatever that note there said. Anything else I want comes secondary.
This I can do. What about you, Ishtar?
She pauses for a good few minutes.
In the delay while you think, Finn would eventually just kind of like, "Oh, I'm so tired of riddles," and just sits down on like the bottom step. Is it like, were there steps up to the chair, or is it just flat?
It's just like, they're very short steps. They're like half steps up to his
Okay.
platform. But as you
Nice.
attempt to like sit down on the ground, you find yourself seated on a chair. Plush and comfy.
This fucking
So there's a
dude.
moment where like he just kind of like doesn't know how to react. Wants to look at it, just doesn't. Just but he said dispense with the pleasantries. He just gets comfortable.
Alexei looks weirdly behind him.
You see that out of nowhere, Finrith has somehow manifested a cushy red chair.
He just grins at you. Hooks a foot up over one knee.
Try sitting?
You sit back and you find yourself seated, also similarly comfortable. Those who are standing further back, like Arthur, are just watching these people sit down and manifest seats.
As he sees Finwith do this, he's like about to just be like, "What, did you fucking summon the spirit of like a sofa?" And then sees sees Alexei do it. It's like, never mind.
Fucks a sofa.
Couch.
Okay.
Again.
Fucks a couch.
After the pause, Ishtar's like, Arthur and I have a similar thing we desire is to see this plan go through.
Kind
But
of
as
quiet.
for what I want outside of that,
I want the video to catch what Ishtar says. Sorry.
but outside of the plan, I just want a place I can live safely. With safer than where I was from.
I can do this for you.
Cocks her head in confusion.
His eyes lazily drift over to Alexei. What do you want, Alexei?
Hmm. Well, recently just came into contact with, he kind of shakes Finway's shoulder, and Anastasia. They have become very good friends to me, and if possible, I'd like to see that the job of this is done so that we may go and fight this Hengrum. But in the long run, I am hoping to be the best Frost Collier that I can be, and become a true hero.
The former, well, I will do my best. He places a hand over his chest and bows slightly. The latter is beyond my power.
That is okay.
Wouldn't be his if you just gave it to him anyway.
That is true.
And what about you, Richard? Richard's just sitting there, unamused as always, just sitting there, and he says, I could use something good to eat. It's been a long journey, and we've had nothing of quality for a while. The First Lord motions, and somewhere to the right, if you guys look, is a banquet table filled with all kinds of food. Richard just shrugs and he goes over, looks it over, and then the silence of the hall is slightly interrupted with the sound of a clinking plate.
Oh no, this is my worst nightmare. Someone eating in dead silence. Kill me.
The First Lord gets up, walks down the couple half steps to where you guys are at. As Lord of this manor, it is my duty to be a good host. He bows respectfully to you all. If there's anything you need while within my care, I will provide it for you.
Well, thank you very much. It is not very often that we get to enjoy something like this.
Yeah, last time we wandered into someone's home and asked what the price of our soul was. Tried to shake us down for him.
Then I think previously before that, it was after the arena fight.
Most I need is like, I get it might be like a people's thing, but don't really like the bowing thing. Not towards me. Don't worry about it. Dispense formalities, yeah.
And that's what you wish.
That I will agree with.
Though tragic it is to be deprived practicing some etiquette after so many years without a guest.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell if you're doing it wrong.
Same.
I'm
Unless
not
you're
doing
talking
it
to-
for you.
Well, I mean, like, practicing.
Yes. Regardless, if that's your wish, I will obey.
Are you by yourself out here?
I am.
Just hoping he had a roommate.
What?
like I was hoping, man, what if he had like the second lord as like a roommate, and the second lord's like a total like leech, just kind of like crashes on the couch, doesn't clean up after himself.
We're the second lords then.
When was the last time that you had a guest?
Well, it's hard to guess time. I would say 1,000 or 2,000 years before the coming of your Abel.
I mean, I
Ishtar's
know
like
you
doing the math in her head.
kind of live in a shit spot for visitors, but
Wait, that would make you. But Radovan said Vitella don't live to be that old.
Not anymore.
Anymore? What changed?
It's a long story.
well, I mean, you don't ever get visitors, so if you want to tell any long stories. We're a bit too tore up to make the journey back like right now. So happy to lend an ear.
Alright. He looks at the surroundings. He motions to Ishtar and to Arthur as you look around and there's seats available for you now.
You'll take it.
She'll sit down.
Oh, is the table established in front of Finwith and Alexei?
No, it's off to the side.
Okay, there's just this awkward moment where there's as he drags the seat over to the table.
The seat's very light, but if you want to grind it into the floor,
Oh,
you're
okay.
free
Well,
to
if
do
it's like-
so.
If it's like pretty light, he'll probably just pick it up then.
Which is funny because he probably could have just stood up, walked over, then sat down. Another one just. Whoop.
He doesn't want to be too bad of a guest.
Yeah, no, Fitbit would do the exact same thing. Like, yeah, you just take the chair with you, but it's a magic chair. Yeah, and I take the magic chair with me.
Can you pop magic chairs out of the ether? No.
Do you know how much it costs? No, so I'm not going to test it.
And one
Also,
thing,
he's
and
got two
he's
Xeon.
the restroom real quick, just so because the story is going to be a bit of a doozy. So,
Shit.
That's
same.
fair. I'm gonna
Here
grab
we
a
go,
pop.
getting into the lore.
all right,
I'll
take
do like a 10-minute
quick like 5-minute break.
All right.
Dev's gonna beat you there. Oh, he's getting a drink.
Shit. I'm sorry, Ripley. I'm so sorry.
Oh no,
no,
you
th-
can't. It's illegal unless you give her treats.
I can do that. They're in the room somewhere.
That means he has to get up and risk moving her.
I do.
You have to stand very careful with her still held and get the treats, and then you may put her on the bed with the treats. And go do whatever else you gotta do.
I'm kind of sad that the chair was light, but it's fine.
And she said, no.
Griffith's like, nope, the headphones are off, I'm done.
They're not there for the murdering anymore. God, it's so refreshing for a character who just doesn't give a shit about what they're gonna say.
It's funny because they care about certain things, like the
Yeah.
fucking magic chair. Like, I can't pop a magic chair.
Yeah, well, it's things that like would be important in their culture versus like the formality in others. It's like, I already know your name. Well, okay, I was trying not to be rude. I guess I'll just move on. It's fine. It's like, all right, he really doesn't care. So, I'll do like, I guess it's the difference between respect and etiquette. Don't have 80 etiquette, but they do have respect for things. So.
Probably know this guy's a big Vitella hero that they're not unaware of. So, or in Alexi's eyes, it's like a big Vitella hero that he's not aware of.
Also, holy shit, no idea. I might have broke that, which kept the city hidden. Oops.
Whoopsie.
The Inquisition can see everything. Oh no.
The Inquisition and the First Lord. The First Lord suddenly just like got to peek at everybody's browsing history. Suddenly went, what are you kids doing? Hey, Iqbal.
Barnyard sluts, that's a little risky.
I should have got a better VPN. Well, you don't need to watch that back, Cameron.
I can
I think
hear
you heard it. I didn't even know the stream was still going, too.
Yeah, we're
Oh, no,
still
it's okay.
streaming. It's supposed to be just a very quick pee break. You guys ready for the deep lore?
Yep, I can't
Oh,
wait for
boy.
the worst characters to hear it, except for Ishtar. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go embarrass my wife.
Fair.
That's fair.
Oh man, I hope like one of the things you can do as our host is give us more wishes. But no, that's gonna be interesting, especially after this thing, because Arthur's got a few questions.
You know what's the funniest part is? Alexi, if he didn't have like these magical clothes on, he was probably gonna ask for like a pair of pants or something.
Oh man, Arthur gave up power.
I'm sorry it kills you so much inside, Alex.
Why do I have to
deny
be a
yourself.
good person? Ugh. Why can't I be Sebastian right now?
Why is my
So-
camera super laggy?
I don't
It's
know.
like I like to think that it's because of Serena that he's such a nice guy now.
It's a mix of the promise he made to Serena and also like he made a promise. Like I'm going to he even said like I think to Ishtar Serena like I'm going to stick with you guys until we deal with this like Book of the Dead business. And then I'm gone. Don't gotta worry about me. But he's here to help out. That's what he's doing. And then he'll go on his way. But he made a promise and Arthur doesn't go like break his promises.
Fair. I remember one of his, or I guess it was probably one of his second or third promise or whatever in the game, where it's just like, Arthur, you gotta promise me you're not gonna open your eyes when he's had the circle around him with
Yep.
all the things staring at him.
Arthur's a very honest man. When he makes a promise, he keeps it. His word is just solid. And so he gave up asking the First Lord, hey, I want power to kill all of Black Sun, or at least a lot of it.
Fenwick didn't want to get into what he like wants and like the grander scheme of things, just because that's kind of sad to talk about in front of the party, and also Richard would make fun of him and he'd actually have to take his head off.
And if Sebastian was here, Sebastian would also want power. He's fucking working for it, ew. I
First
just
Lord,
want the
what
results.
do you want? I don't want to be alone. Same. Sits here for thousands of years all by himself in some dark, dank, creepy ass manner. And this is like, this is literally my worst nightmare.
What if you just were like, what do you desire? And you're like, I wish to be the First Lord. And you're just trading places it up. And he's you now and you're him. And you just kind of gotta swap roles and go about life.
And then you learn you're in a genie's lamp now. All this galactic power, little mansion living space. A plant got aggressive outside.
A what?
A plant.
Is there a tree out there knocking on the window?
No, one of Suzanne's plants, I guess, fell over.
It's the house ghost. It's after the plants. Can't hear you, bud.
It's one of those things with that the vines crawl up, fell over.
It's a trellis, dear.
I don't speak plant.
I know what that is because I played Stardew Valley.
A trellis shouldn't be part speaking plant. It's often used in designs on a house.
What?
Yeah, if you really go for the cottage look, you have trellises along the walls so the vines can climb up and give it a cottage feel without it digging into the walls.
Yeah, when you do insurance, you don't want to see those because those will crawl into your walls.
Oh, you mean like the holes in like the wall of like porches and shit?
No.
No. It's basically wrought iron. And it's in designs, so it's like a flat piece of metal pretty much, but the plants can just curl around.
Anywho. Sorry to cut you off. I'm getting a little off topic.
Fair.
We got a lot of lore to
Deep
give.
time. Then what does like a Lexi, hand me a plate. He like gets up for like 2 seconds, like takes a couple steps over and like grabs a plate and then sits back down on the chair and hauls his legs up for a pay attention to First Lord's story time.
The food is all cooked. There's various roast beasts and soups and vegetables and
How's his tea?
his tea.
Actually steeped instead of stuck in hot water and actively drunk from. Or blood.
There's even like nice meads and spiced wine. But he sits down, but not on his throne, but instead on another manifested chair on the same level that you are on. And he starts. The story of the Vitella extend to a time before there was a unified calendar. Back in an age where the year did not matter, and it was just living day to day. In the beginning, Lord Erebus crafted the first kin from blood and darkness. Initially, we were supposed to be a creature of beauty and nightmares. But the first kin, being composed of so much darkness, were bound by its tenets, more aggressive, overly ambitious, and self-serving. So, Lord Erebus decided to take the phantasmal moonlight and interweave it into these beasts. Our skin became pale and our eyes silvery, and thus the first true Vitella were born. Creatures of elegance, fairness, elegance, like the moonlight, though still steeped in darkness, scheming and ambitious beings that needed to feed upon the blood of other mortals like them. Thus, from the first Vitella, there came aspects of blood, darkness, and moonlight. The first of the Vitella were ageless, undying, though still capable of being killed. They created their families and spread through all the dark places in the world. And for a long time, everything is as it should have been. Then, there were too many. Families had to restrict the birthing of new kin. And hierarchies were based around the elders that started the families. The Vitella became discouraged, with nowhere to go, no higher title to obtain beyond the place of their birth. And with the inability to enter into the sunlight, the Vitella grew stagnant. Thus began the Blood Wars, where the houses would fight to gain territory. The next of kin were excited, eager to start their own families and claim their own lands. And thus, for centuries, the Vitella killed each other. I was born to a house like any other. But we were approached by a being of unending darkness. I had been born to serve as their vessel. And was duly named Corvus by the King of Crows. Prince of Crows. In exchange for their son, we were given a safe haven. Lands filled with darkness so that no Vitella should fear the light. Thus was born Moth. And from this manor here sprung the Gehenna forests. For still a few millennia, things continued as they had. House after house fighting to the death for territory. Only our family remains untouched, considering their scion of darkness. But with the power of darkness, I could see all within my domain. Anywhere that light does not fully touch, I can see and hear. And I could tell the Vitella were suffering. The elders of our time would not fight their own battles, just sending their next of kin, sons, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. And it was a great shuffling of generations after generations, willing to throw their lives away to obtain elder status. And I felt that it couldn't go on any further. So, with the powers bestowed upon me, I decided to give Vitella the Great Hunger, so that, after attaining a certain age, they would require vast amounts of blood to stay conscious, to unsustainable levels, to the point when they would fall into the great torpor. I could not truly end their lifespan, but within each Vitella I expanded the void of darkness within. So as they grew, they would have an ever increasing need to fill it. And thus, the war stopped. The elders at the time were not happy about this, but they couldn't raise a hand against me. And so, they all slept. The family is stabilized, and Vitella became more focused on their families, maintaining the lineage and passing on the rights to rule from one generation to the next. This had unfortunate side effects. Due to the shorter time frame in which Vitella had to, organize before the Great Sleep, our innate, it's harder for us to refill our numbers with time. And for something that felt like an infinitesimally small amount of time began to grow and grow until Vitella were capable of no more than 2 or 3 sires in their lifespan. This, and our innate need to drink blood, caused, understandably, some conflict with our neighbors. And Vitella were killed as monsters. But who could blame them? That's what we were designed to be. Aristocrats, elegant, and yet nightmarish. There's a long moment of silence as he looks towards the floor in contemplation. And he looks back up. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Though it does make me curious. Does that mean you will live forever, despite everything else that's happened to the rest of the Vitella?
I will.
I'm curious, since you say you can now see City Rosencratz. Do you believe what Radaman wants to do is possible? Create a place where humans and Vitella can commingle? and exist.
It's possible.
Puma just kind of doesn't quite get all the way to looking over to Ishtar. Well, it's got to be possible. I mean, you guys get along fine with Radovan. We get along fine with Anastasia. Rather, even though we know what they are. So, if we can get along fine, other people can too. People are always going to fight. I'm always going to see somebody as a monster. But that's because people act like them, or people aren't around them enough to know that they aren't. That seems to kind of like struggle on the wording.
Coexistence is possible. But it's not the best thing for the Vitella. Minorities are vulnerable because they're so easily outnumbered. The extinction of the Vitella could well come from just a lack of understanding. And as the mortals I have watched over these millennia have shown, it's all too real. And that happens all the time.
Ooh, sorry. Can't like phlegm that caught my throat there. That makes sense. I mean, we get along with Anastasia because we came to a understanding, and I assume that the two of you came into an understanding with Radvin. So, I guess as long as people are able to get to know and understand each other, it could be much more possible. Yes.
But Radovan also, but what you lot said, doesn't want it just to be Vitala either. The that other group.
Samael.
Yeah. The lot.
Yeah, he wants everyone.
That's what makes his plan more likely to succeed. When Vitella are not the only minority. Well, safety in numbers.
It's what works the other way for the majority.
Well, you've delivered the letter. Now what? And Ishtar just looks to Arthur. Lauren Teeve said if we came back without the First Lord, you were the first one he'd kill.
He was jesting.
Yeah, God as much.
Plus, if he tried to fight you, I'd just take over. I want another round with that one.
I would happily let you.
Plus, he hasn't had guess for like does math in head.
A long time.
Squints.
And seeing this just a long ass time.
Least we could do is make it entertaining for him. What could we do to make our stay here more enjoyable for you?
I don't know. It's been so long that I don't think I know how to quite socialize.
Everyone kind of like crumbles a little bit.
Not that I find your company unpleasant. I've been watching
Well,
you
that's good.
for a little while now.
Well, you knew about Lord Deep joking with him, so that long?
More or less. There's some blank spots.
Oh no, that means he saw the whole succubus thing, and she mutters to herself.
You had to bring it up, huh?
That's her biggest trauma from this force.
Arthur's
that
just
damn
gone.
succubus.
Arthur's pretending he didn't hear that. He doesn't want to be angry in front of the First Lord.
Alexei wonders
That might have been a blank
exact-
spot for it.
Alexei wonders why exactly people look so embarrassed right now.
You two especially, he motions to Ishtar and Arthur. I've had an interesting journey up until this point.
How early have you been watching us?
Since the moment you entered the shadows.
Well, you guys came through before we did, right? That's how you
Yeah.
met Radovan.
I saw your dealings with the false priest. And your unique way of dealing with it.
Picture like
Smiles to
slightly.
himself.
He knows Ass Blaster! Fuck yeah!
There's that moment, like, looking at Finwith and Alexei, like, doesn't remember if they've told you the story.
Nope.
No.
Arthur
we-
purposefully looks back at the First Lord. He's been giving everyone shit for saying really dumb stories out of context. He doesn't want to be a hypocrite.
It's your turn!
He's not going to.
No!
Not now. Not now, at least.
It wasn't our best, but it got it done, and we learned how dangerous Moth can be.
It's true. You saved a lot of lives. And that's all that matters in the end.
You guys could do with a lot more salt.
Yeah, I learned that one firsthand.
There's a lot of really shitty things out here.
Well,
Don't worry, I always keep a few spare bags on hand.
you could go to the Plains of Salt if you feel it's lacking.
Would we have flown over that?
No, unfortunately, you guys went down and then up. So
It's like over to the side, right?
it's
Closer to the mountains.
more westernly from where you guys entered Enya.
I think what you're thinking of is a passing joke of like if Fenwith knew about that place, that would be
Oh, yeah.
like heaven or something
Right,
like
we
that.
totally made jokes about it.
So he just kind of like tilts his head.
Thank you for worrying about me. Though, I will be existing for a very long time, so I'll learn to cope.
Are you able to like leave this?
Within reason. I can go to the edge of the border.
You ever,
Of not this building, but Moth.
So do you ever just take a walk?
I did at first.
Just a
But-
matter of
There's nothing for me to see. I can see it all.
About this whole area. Why can't I sense anything?
With your key.
Yeah.
This is the epicenter of darkness. It obfuscates everything. Sorry. It hides everything.
Thank you.
But didn't have to ask. He didn't interrupt the story to ask what quite a few words meant. There's a couple in my notes that are just like, oh.
Oh, that really proves he's been watching for a while. He knows how dumb Arthur is.
I mean, it doesn't take much. The glassy look in your eye, it's like, hides.
Oh no. Oh no, you were in Moth when that happened, so you're fine. the whole cheese fiasco.
Oh well, he's not said enough stupid shit in Moth.
Well, I do have a prearranged thing to meet with a friend named Woad, and you're only one more layer beyond that, yeah? I could just make a visit when I do that as well.
I think we skipped a couple actually.
Oh,
I think. She
I'm
looks good.
sorry, but none of what you just said made sense.
Oh, he was saying he could visit you because he's got to come back so he can fight this guy named Woad.
I see.
good friend. Very strong and respectable warrior.
You
Sounds
said he
like
was
it.
he just like looks over at Ishtar and then like drops his gaze, like he doesn't like meet your eyes, but still like looking towards you.
He's a shadow elemental.
Norman, Richard says with a mouthful of food.
Thanks, Richard.
That is right. Arun.
Armin.
Armin.
Ah, yes. A greater shadow elemental.
But I would be in the neighborhood anyway, so I could come visit if you'd like.
I'd hate for you to make such a dangerous journey.
It is good training. I have learned a lot while I was here.
As your wounds will indicate.
If Finwith is already like checking over equipment, it's like, yeah, I found like a bunch of new pieces and stuff too.
I can't wait to see what he does with the poisonous flower.
Like, this place kind of like sucks, but at the same time, it's also really fun.
Well, you're all fortunate to have made it this far. It rarely happens.
This, if you don't mind me asking a personal question.
Ask away.
You said this was a safe haven for your family, yes?
No. At least you misunderstand.
Oh,
My family was untouchable because I was here. None could defy me.
by your story, are they also resting because of what you did to have the Vitella eventually sleep for a long time, or am I misunderstanding something?
No, you're correct. They're all resting. My youngest son left me quite some time ago. He's currently lying in rest in Rosencratz.
Well, if the Lord who gave you the power is Lord Crows, and your Corvus is the Crow family in Rosencratz, your original family.
No. The Crows are an old family of occultists that have constantly worshipped the Lords of Shadow.
Okay. So who's your original family?
Well, my wife is currently lying, well, here, I suppose. That's the best way to put it. My daughter, who's next, Witten formed a family. Long time ago. one of the blood houses that were established after the Great Torpor. Sorry. The Fall of Elders is how you'd probably be known nowadays. And my son decided that he would rather serve the Vitella than rule.
And then Cameron.
I couldn't help smiling at Suzanne's face.
Hey, that's kind of presumptive of you. You know, there's 2 like serving houses we know of so far.
Well, it's either
Would it
that
have
or
to be you guys?
oh no, I was actually all for it being like Donovan's family or something like that, which would also still be pretty cool.
So it's not on 4 families. So what's their name then?
When he left, I believe he went with the name Sebastian Servan. Interesting how you guys have a family ring that manipulates shadows.
I wonder.
Oh, that is funny. We actually have a friend named Sebastian. He's currently in love.
Benson just turns around and he's like, yeah, it's almost like we have a friend named Serban. He just picks up a roll and just flicks it at you. Bounces off.
I mean, he already knew about Anastasia. And I don't think I ever formally got Anastasia's last name. So you are like our... Thanks.
A bunch of great grandpas.
Like, greats. A lot of greats.
Well, they also live a lot
Grandpa
longer, so
to
maybe
a,
like not like too many greats.
That is fair. Like, grandpa to a friend of ours.
Yes. I am... Well, Anastasia is my descendant. The 6th generation.
Oh, so that's why he can do the shadow thing.
That's a part of their bloodline.
I still need to fight him. Start with pretty much everybody else.
Yeah, I was about to say, you need to fight everybody.
You know what? I should turn into the Kongsbjorn, pick him up, and throw him into Laurentief.
I don't know what a Kongsbjorn is, but it sounds interesting.
From what I remember, it's a big fucking bear.
You want to see?
Oh, jeez.
I don't know if this place is big enough to hold that.
Ceiling's definitely tall enough.
Sure. If it pleases
Yeah,
you.
he like picks up the plate and just shoves it into Alexi's hands. He walks to a spot kind of away from the chairs while he's accumulating.
As he's accumulating, Alexi's just like, you will enjoy this. He does really cool things. Kind of just watches in expectation.
It's a little bit of a bounce to his step. And once he's accumulated enough, I'll waste a whole bunch of Xeon. Like a kid showing up, like, look what I can do! Gets to the 3rd rung of the monkey bars before they fall off. Ha! It's the equivalent of his casting versus like an Archmage's. Him just fucking around. And after a moment, yeah. There's the gradual extending of limbs, the crack of bone shifting and growing at a very unnaturally quick rate. His skin begins to like grow and it's like turns into hide, but he himself is growing almost too fast for it entirely. But luckily you're spared some of the grisly details about how fucking dark it is in here. as eventually he stands to a full 20-foot tall, large raking claws, heavy padded palms, the shaggy mane of the Kongsbjorn, and beneath the even longer hair, 2 eyes that catch the light, the heavy wolfing breath, and he shifts some to stand a little bit wider and begins to kneel down. So he comes better into focus for everyone. Kind of slings his front arms over his knees. Deep baritone.
My, that's very impressive.
He tries to say thanks, but it mostly comes out as warped. Kind of hauls at the teeth for a moment before he begins to and shifts back down. Shakes himself up. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Just out of curiosity, how old does Corvus look?
Very Strahd-esque kind of age, maybe his late 20s to early 30s.
Yeah, it just kind of bounces in place for a moment, so he just kind of settles back into his own skin. Yeah, no, a lot of people don't like it, so it's always nice when people just take it more calm. Though
Well,
living in this forest, I guess it's kind of just used to stuff.
that makes it no less unique.
Trees pops out some.
It is true. You are the only one that I know that can do that. And he pats you on the shoulder.
Scouting shaman thing. The other clans don't do it. Part of the reason they don't like us.
Well, and that's something we share. A strange fringiness to our homelands.
He kind of just shrugs as he sits back down.
His eyes kind of soften as he looks you over.
Don't see too much of us, so. Kind of burn it too, though, so I guess it's fair.
He gets up and he strides as if he was going to go to the table before he lightly pats Finwith on the shoulder. And goes over to the table and picks up a goblet and drinks from it before returning to his seat.
I'm curious, was Moth always this close to the wake before you came? Or did that change after?
It changed after. My master's designs has made it so. You will all probably see him sometime when you sleep.
Oh, well. We just keep seeing each other's dreams. Got a special trick. He rifles for a moment, unhooks it from the armor,
And
holds up the little lantern.
I don't sleep.
It's a shame.
No offense to your master or anything like that, but I've really got enough of a connection right now. She motions to herself and the Daedalus.
Told you not to talk to creepy stuff.
It's been helpful up until now.
He just kind of looks away. Still too superstitious of the sort.
At least she hasn't told me to pursue power. outright. She hasn't told me to just go on and tear out people's throats or anything like that. She's actually given us some pretty good advice, like the fact that the personal health, it destroys itself.
I mean, I guess she's okay for like a talking sword thing. But...
That was good information to know, admittedly.
Worst thing I can say about your sword is it does the can I go to the bathroom, may I go to the bathroom deal.
Yeah, no, that's really annoying. Either you give people wisdom or you don't play games.
The First Lord just sits back in his seat and has an amused look on his face.
I don't like your day, whatever. It was rude.
I think she is, I don't know. I kind of like her. She is making sure they train you, but at the same time, not giving you everything so that you can learn.
Finn with huffs and like crosses his arms, looks away from Alexi, betrayed. Obviously putting upon a pout.
True. Though I think the best lessons I've had is being taught how to actually physically fight, in all honesty.
Gonna keep you alive much more than that sword is.
Well, the sword, she can't do much. The most she can really do is hold magic for me, or I can use her to cast spells. Feels weird to wield a sword, though.
I mean, I agree. I don't like swords. But they're made to be able to slash stuff. Your sword doesn't even slash stuff.
She shouldn't. She's made out of bone.
Should have
That's
been
what
made
they
out of...
think.
She just starts chuckling to herself.
I don't know. I've never had a talking sword before, so I guess looks can be very deceiving.
He just shrugs. The only thing I got lets other stuff talk through me, and I don't get to remember any of that, so don't really have much of an opinion.
If you're curious, I can let you carry her for a little
Nope,
bit.
don't want to talk to it. Do not want to carry that thing.
The worst part is you wouldn't even be able to hear her. It would just be visions.
Yeah, we just go back to the whispering. Hi, Ripley.
She's
Oh.
very comfortable.
What about you? What do you do for fun while you are here?
I could tell you. It'd probably make you very sad.
But the party looks sad as soon as Alexi asks it.
I don't do anything but watch.
Can you see outside a moth? Or is that like just it?
As far as the shadows of Moth carry.
So that's the set borders, or if the borders were to expand in some way, would that grant you vision of those areas as well?
Maybe. In a few eons. Let the master get what he wants.
What's your master want?
A kingdom of his own.
Is that what moth is?
It's part of his months. His territory.
So he still
It's not
wants
a
more.
king. kingdom's not a kingdom without people to live in it.
He has been spending a long time gathering people to live in it.
It's a tough place to live.
Not for long.
Why is that?
After many, many years of putting his kingdom together, it's almost complete. A place where he and his can call home.
Where is it? It's like the only like big place like the Southerners have. I've seen this Rosencratz. Everywhere else looks really tiny.
It's here, waiting to break through.
Is it like in the wake or something?
It's close.
Oh, is it like in the personal health?
Similarly.
And then what will happen here when that happens? Will the land itself change entirely?
It will.
Well, are you like excited to have people around?
His eyes become downcast. I won't be living with them.
Why won't your master let you live there with them?
Because I am his precious key.
So you like have to guard it on the outside or something?
No. When the time comes, his realm and mine will switch. And I will exist in the space it leaves behind.
Well, if he can switch the places, why do you have to go to the other side?
Because I'm the one who binds it to the material world.
Can't you use a thing instead?
No. Not for something of this scale.
Then what will happen to the Batala when that does? Will they even be able to leave if they desired to?
I'm sure. I doubt the Lord of Darkness would allow light so easily into their lands. The Vitella will, based on our agreement, continue to live as they have.
Well, you're a Vitella, shouldn't you still be included?
That's the price that has to be paid. The last of the elders, infused with darkness, and who has lived for millennia. There's no more significant key that can be had. It's fine. I've coped this much, and everything I do is for my children.
Do they know?
No. They will, though.
Will you at least still be able to watch over them?
No,
You won't be able to see anymore.
I won't be here anymore. I'll be on the other side. You don't need to look so crestfallen. I've lived more lifetimes than anyone has a right to do so. And I've seen so many lives grow and unfold. I've seen my descendants live and flourish, find love and happiness. Sometimes they meet tragic ends. I've lived a lot.
Well, I got something I'd like to offer you then. As he pulls out the rock eyes, he just kind of like places it in between them, wherever. It's just you take one, someone else takes another. You can see through them. If you want to see something outside Moth, I recommend sharing it with one of these three.
He looks at you and he gets up and retrieves the eyes. And
Would
smiles.
it work any other place?
As long it just works for hundreds of miles. Can't go through anything like blocking vision. But that whole business, from what it sounded like, got handled in Rosencratz.
Mm.
Might break up the monotony a bit.
He smiles. Thank you. For someone who has so much darkness running through them, you're incredibly kind.
Yeah, it's one of my better qualities.
Ishtar like pauses and looks at Arthur.
He doesn't deny it.
That would explain the
Explain.
sudden shift. Prior to meeting all of you and well before we journeyed back to Moth, Arthur only had the goal of killing the man that attempted to kill him. After that, he just suddenly had this vengeance go after the entire organization that created him.
Fenwick's just like gradually like sinking in his seat a little as you're talking about it, like shiftily looking between you and Arthur. He's like, yeah, if you're like okay with talking about it.
I want to kill all of them. I'm gonna take as many down with me. That's all I got.
Are they, is the organization bad?
I'd say so.
You guys mentioned you fought undead, right?
I myself have not fought any undead as of late.
We did. There was a bunch of frostbitten in the mountains. Would have wiped out the
There.
village if we hadn't been there. And they hadn't helped.
They're creating undead to a level that is frightening. Some are more durable than others, some have no problem getting back up. One, we were told it was whispering in people's minds to let it out of its coffin. To just open the lid. And maybe much stronger. And they plan on selling those as things you can use in a war.
So they're making things like what Richard made earlier.
Possibly.
I think through different means. Granted, the one time I saw just our whole business, I understood none of it.
The most we can know is whatever Richard has. And she motions to him. Because he
As
has
much as I know, they're using an ancient necromantic tome and combining science with necromancy.
I was gonna ask how much you knew about him.
Unfortunately, not a lot. Wasn't really my, obligation at the time.
I mean, from the information you got, though, I got a chance.
Oh no, you don't have a chance in hell.
Ah.
That's why you guys were, I thought, gonna go look for compatriots to help you.
Well, Radovan did say he was willing to fund if we aided him in what he wanted.
Capital helps. And I'm in it as far as I get to see the book.
That's just one section.
I know.
That sounds a lot more, well, a lot than just go into some fancy fortress that only shows up sometimes, kicking in the door, killing a bunch of shit, and then knocking his head off.
Yeah, a bit.
I don't know. Is it easy to kill something like that?
I have no clue, but I look forward to trying.
We are very adept at finding out if something can die or not.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, the big takeaway from fighting them before was go for the heads. Otherwise, they start getting back up.
Yeah.
That's just no good for no one. Or, I mean, I guess if you maul them bad enough with antlers, they stay down the first time.
Arthur nods, like, very knowing, like, yep, that's how you do it.
You both have extreme expertise in this matter. So fair.
All truths.
We do know they have no problem being underwater.
Well, I
that
mean,
one
yeah,
thing
if you're dead, you don't
upstairs?
need to breathe. He actually, turns around in his chair to look at Arthur. Do you still need to breathe?
Yes.
Okay.
For now, until he decides he doesn't.
I don't think I can. It seems the limits are, I need my head, I need my heart, and my lungs. From what I know, everything else is expendable.
Those things
But
sound
the-
good for the spirit, so yeah. That sounds right.
That is good because you get hit in every other place.
Yes.
Yeah, really, really hard, too. You go down, really easy. Sack of flour easy.
No,
Though-
don't need to keep piling it on.
You hit
Though-
a tree falling, though.
I believe when we first entered this forest, you were able to sleep for 15 minutes?
40.
40. And now you don't need to sleep at all?
And that thing should have cut your arm off, and it was just kind of there anyway.
Yeah,
That
if
was
I cut my
pretty
arm off, there's no big deal. I'll just have a new one. Not
Careful.
flesh, but new one.
Oh, I can grow a new one.
Impressive.
I just gotta turn into the thing that can grow new ones, and then I can grow a new one.
Guess it's a way to do it.
Admittedly, I have never tried, but I don't imagine I know how to grow a new arm.
Careful, Arthur, you keep this up, y'all. You're a few steps away from drinking blood and being a Vatala. From the sounds of it, at least the way Radovan put it.
He could. Admittedly, Anastasia could strangely regenerate very quickly. He got hit pretty hard in the arena, but he was back up and at him in 2 hours.
And that's one thing I wish I had.
Oh yeah, no, Anastasia pops back up. He got slammed into a cave wall so hard it left it. He is turning to look at the first Lord to tell him about his great-great-grandson getting thwacked into a cave wall. He's he got hit into a cave wall so hard it left a perfect imprint of him in his armor. He wasn't doing too good after that, but it's alright, he got better. It's a day or something.
He just smiles. I heard.
Oh, right. You were there for the Lord T fight. I think I told him about that.
I chuckled.
I'm curious, what was your son like?
Sebastian? Dutiful. Being the son of the First Lord, he felt like he had a great weight on his shoulders. Especially knowing that his father played a very great role in the Vitella. And rather than being a self-serving lord like he saw so much in his youth, he decided to work for the betterment of the Vitella, to be the guardian. He studied the first of the knightly orders of Vitella. Many others saw the merit to that and did the same.
Sounds like a good clan.
I'd like to think so.
Well, we've got one of ours, and he's pretty good, so obviously they're raising him right.
Yeah.
I don't know, he seems a little broody.
I think he's just young.
Honestly,
Same.
honestly, that's just half of the people that we meet, really.
I mean, yeah, you can't call Anastasia brooding when you got Sebastian. Your Sebastian. It's like I made a facial expression even once. No.
That's our Sebastian.
Our
Yes.
Sebastian.
Our Sebastian, sorry.
Yeah, our Sebastian.
Did I not? Okay, sorry.
It's been
Okay,
so
thanks.
long you forgot he exists.
No.
I was confused for a second. I was like,
It's
wait.
different because you had. I think it's because you said earlier, like our Sebastian, whatever. So like immediately swapped him over to the other parties.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, no, he's a part of the Alexia Midwood crew.
Fair.
All right, we got it. It's fine. It's like I don't think he's ever made an expression once.
Not since I've seen him.
He's just like that. It's okay. He's working through some things. Well, I mean, he has things he should work through. I don't think he's working through them though.
I do think that we finally got into him about his trust issues, and he is going to be very forthcoming from now on.
Just
Oh,
gonna look
so.
for the First Lord.
I was just amused. Anastasia is going through something similar. But he's getting help.
Family's good for that. Good to have him.
I
around.
agree. Maybe the Sebastian needs to go back to his family.
Bill kind of like he like leans forward a little bit, like stage whispers, but it's still loud because this place is like dead ass quiet. He goes, I mean, he doesn't actually know his. Kind of this whole thing. He could find a new one though.
Wouldn't you guys count as family then? You guys have been traveling with him long enough. I mean, I count Arthur as family.
I don't think he sees any of us like that.
I don't know. He has been around Serena. Maybe he'll be different when we get back.
Speaking of which, how's Serena and Jock doing?
They've been busy. Working in a hospital. Working on some aid for the Vitella.
Yeah. About as much as I expected.
What's a hospital?
It's
An institution of health and medicine.
Wasn't it?
I'm sorry. It's a house where you fix people.
I got the context. See, I know that.
Oh, that is just like a medical tent.
but much bigger.
And not a tent.
I could just say healers.
Oh, actually, maybe you might know. There are some people in those hospitals that are asleep, but they can't be woken. Do you know what happened to them?
I do. They've been called to the realm of my master. To help build his city.
Memphis is not gonna like that answer.
He won't. I guarantee.
If he hasn't smoked himself to death by now.
Well, will other people be able to like choose to go, or they also be like made to?
For the time being, they'll be made to, until the city comes here.
Even if they don't want to.
Even if they don't want to.
But what about like their families and lives here?
That is not his concern.
Seems like a shitty way to build the start of something. If that seemed the first look people are gonna have at it.
He doesn't concern himself with the thoughts of humans and mortals alike.
He's gonna have a kingdom full of them.
Part of it.
Well, so why have humans if you don't care?
Because they're useful.
Do you need us to go and take care of him, or do you prefer that we don't?
I'd prefer if you didn't. You would not survive. He is beyond mortal comprehension. But if you all want to speak to him, I'm sure you'll have the chance.
Well, I mean, if he's making people go build his place, then no, I don't want to speak with him.
It also means that, as much as Radovan would love for me to live in the city, I can't stay here.
Why is that?
There's the risk. I did say I was looking for a safe place to live. And from the sounds of it, who knows how long it will be before this place is unsafe for someone like me.
I can guarantee that you'll be safe.
Can you make it so certain people aren't called?
Possibly.
And you said that the city is almost built?
In a few years, it should be done.
Alright. I will have to visit you before then, because I don't really understand the traveling back and forth between the wake and the material world. I don't know. I don't have much control in that department.
Very few do.
You said you were offered up as his vassal. From the sounds of it, that wasn't your choice.
No, I was born into this position.
By his choosing, or by your family's?
My family's. But my family wishes are my own. My sacrifice, I guess you can call it, ensures the Vitello have a place where they don't have to fear the light.
The website's a really somber poet, but Ripley's mauling her own feet.
She's like, there's no violence. I have to implicate my own.
We
She's
should have
just-
brought the First Lord and a mortal cat.
She was like cuddling like with me, just waiting, and then after a while getting restless. They're just talking. They're just speaking to him. I thought they'd fight him with a name that like that.
So this was a Dark Souls boss, not an NPC.
Alexei thinks for a moment. He's like, we will need to remind Anastasia and Laurentiev that they should come and visit their grandfather.
Why is
That's
that?
I mean,
Don't let family be alone.
yeah, I don't know how it works in Vitello, but we take our older ones very seriously and try to learn from their wisdom if we can.
I think you overestimate, well, yourselves as much as anyone else. Traveling through the forest to this point is dangerous, and strength is not always the answer.
Then what if you visited them?
Why would I? I can already see them.
See them, yes, but not interact with them. You can only learn so much by just observing.
Really? Even when I see them at all times?
You don't get to talk to them. You can't just sit next to someone even when you're not talking.
Besides, you've said you've been here by yourself. I'm sure being in the company of at least your descendants is even a slight bit more comforting than just this. At least while you have the chance.
I think you're all mistaken. My somber attitude does not come from loneliness. It comes from a lack of needing to speak. I've never been alone because I know that there are so many of those around me. Each life valuable in its own way. I do not regret these thousands of years I've had the opportunity to live, well, countless number of lives. Somewhat voyeuristically, but what they don't know won't hurt them, I suppose. I'm sorry if I've lowered the mood of my guests.
Not at all. If anything, we are just coming to more of an understanding, and that's kind of what we're going for here.
That's fair. Still, you don't have much kindness to worry about someone like myself, who with a wave of their hand can have anything they want.
I think mine comes more from understanding. Because I've been surrounded by tons of people and still felt alone. I didn't have your vision growing up. I just know what it's like to feel alone, surrounded by so many.
I think that's what you and me and some other people here might feel. You can be in a crowded room and still feel alone. But it's for us to choose if we feel alone or not. Even if they fear you, at least they're thinking of you.
Kind of glad we didn't bring Serena.
She would have
Yeah.
been, I'm sure, from what I've seen, very helpful.
Yeah.
True. She would
Absolutely
probably also
devastated, you mean?
She'd probably be pushing you more also to see your family. She has that hope about her about keeping connections.
She's
Probably
an
pull that
extraordinarily
if-
bright girl.
Seems the type to pull that, if not for you, then for them thing, but she does mean it's for you. She's just lying, telling you that it's for them so that you'll go do it.
That's extremely accurate. It's like you've talked to them for a long period of time.
Used to know the type.
There's a strange mix of light and darkness in this place, and I don't know how to take it as a sign of good or ill omen.
Speaking of that darkness, do you know who or what's been helping me?
Nothing more than it's a shahad. A dark
What?
god.
Ah,
Ishtar wouldn't have any knowledge of dark gods, would she?
Nope, unfortunately. Kind of the anti what you've been taught in religious school.
Hey, coincidentally, we actually went to a dungeon of a dark god.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that Stasia was going on about. It's Noah's prison or whatever. That place sucked.
That was the one. It
But I
was.
got to fight really big things, so it's okay.
It was an interesting experience. For him, it seems like he wants you to try to be your best self, exclusively for you.
We could have done some warning before throwing them into, all of those scenes.
But we figured it out.
What kind of scenes? You guys only mentioned the true Cerberus.
Looks over to Fenwith first.
After the fight, we could have left, but we made a deal with the lady of the place. Go in, clear the floor, and we're good to go. But we could have done more if we wanted to. So we were going to go see what was past the doors. We killed the gate guardian, dude, or whatever it was called. He kind of turns around and he unhooks something and holds up the big half hollowed out piece of vertebra, the true Cerberus, or sets it in his lap. So we go through this door and it all goes black. Then we all go somewhere else and when else a moment before. Bad time for all of us. And we had to relive it a couple times. Except Sebastian, who figured it out the first one.
He is not particularly physically strong, but he is smarter than most, from what I can gather.
If he would learn to smile, he wouldn't be so intimidating.
I think he wants to be. Doesn't like people touching him. Doesn't like people getting close.
You can tell people to keep your distance while still having at least anything but a frown. I'm sure you all saw Radovan's reaction upon seeing him.
Oh, he didn't really have a. He wasn't raised right.
And
I don't think it's his fault.
to
I
be
mean-
fair, it would probably be a little unsettling if he was smiling and telling you to stay away from him.
But like how he was looking at me, yeah, honestly.
You get kind of used to it, but yeah, no, he always just kind of looks like that. There's kind of like a slight like uptick in the energy before it kind of mellows back out some. Yeah, then she kind of looks over to Ishtar before it drops away. Mine was the avalanche. About 3 years ago. No, Goldar. New chief, different ideas. Big dragon. Got everyone together a way normally don't. People already thought we were monsters, but they really thought we were them. I didn't really understand how bad it was. Till we get to the fight we're called to, and it's not just one clan. It's a bunch of them. And Southerners too. Big fight. Dragon dies. Someone set off the things explode at the top of the mountain. Sent down snows. Buried both sides. I got to find out who did it. Then I watched the dragon. And each time you fail, the black gets in closer. Dark at the edge of the wall. It's on the last one. I fought all the way through. I didn't take to the wing. Guess that's what it wanted, or what I wanted. So, step back out. Got to see past the first door. Waited for everybody else, and we didn't go through the second door. That's what happened after the service.
That sounds really hard. Sorry to hear about that.
I don't think we deserved it. Not like that. But I don't blame them. Just the monster who buried both, including the people he was supposed to fight with. And then got credit for it, like a hero.
Unfortunately, from what I've seen, even with religious figures, sometimes those that make the poorest of choices are often hailed as heroes because they're the ones that survive. And
Stories are too many and too far. I could never make them right, and no one would believe me. They'd barely believe a Sculling can speak like people. Much less listen. But all of the Baldasunk are dirtier for his name, being a horse master. He kind of just flicks a hand to the side. But yeah, that's what the god made us do. I'm not entirely mad. He kind of... There's still the same, like, kind of weight to him, but he does kind of soften around the edges. I did get to see people again, though. That was nice. Right. Glances over to Alexi.
Oh, right.
You don't have to.
No. It is, it is loss, but smaller loss at the same time. When I went through, it was not that particular battle, but My first hunt, and also a rather grim day for the Frost Collier. It was a day that I witnessed as a monster caused the Frost Collier to kill each other with an ability that made us think that there was more of the creature, but we were really fighting ourselves, if that makes sense. Initially, my thought was it was a chance to prevent the massacre, but after the second attempt and it's still not quite going our way, I came to a realization. If I am the only one there, there is no way for the creature to make me confuse ally for foe. So I went at it alone. Again, I don't think the intention was to save the Frost Collier. I believe it was to achieve the problem on my own.
Go for
And-
your own goal.
Right. Like Fenwith, I got to meet and talk with some people again, but that particular day we lost many a good Frost Collier, and I was one of two who survived that particular hunt. It's set up the foundation that I will honor the memory of those Frost Collier, and I will become the greatest Frost Collier. As they helped me with my first hunt, I hope to reign in a title worthy of their sacrifice, at the very least.
Noble goal.
And it's not a smaller loss. Any loss hurts. You can't start picking who has it worse.
I suppose that is true. It would be disrespectful to others who also suffered loss, I suppose.
Just gives a smile and a nod at that. Sorry, we made it even more grim.
It just seems to be the theme, but it looks like it's great catharsis for y'all.
But I am sorry, Arthur. We did take away attention away from your dark god that you were talking about.
I mean, now I know it's a dark god. I know nothing else.
Richard, kind of done with his eating, kind of turns around on like a bench and mops his mouth. Well, I know of a few. Maybe we can identify with some hints.
Oh yeah, it's like in the visions or weird powers.
Strange
Uh,
dreams.
I've had a few dreams of me being just drowned in a pit, just covered in weapons.
That's difficult. It could
Uh,
be.
How does it help you?
I don't know how that. Oh, I'm now trained in every weapon.
Oh, that must be Noah. He is considered the Dark Warrior, a god of ambition and self-perfection.
I know a real fun place.
I'd rather not go there.
But it might help you understand your dark god more.
I
I might
don't know if
also
I do.
add it could be Jeddah if he's so hell-bent on vengeance. She is known as the Lady of Vengeance, after all.
Would they like this Jeddah like, revive you at all? Because I'm pretty sure whichever god brought me back to life twice.
Wait,
How
twice.
fancy. You get to come back to life twice.
Dad, the first time I died in that fight.
Oh,
Where y'all
Sabrina's
found me.
gonna kill you if she hears that.
Well, you don't have to tell her.
Don't want to test if you come back a third time, eh?
Sluts.
Who knows the working of dark gods? Richard shrugs. They are beyond us. And it's beyond me why anyone would pick Arthur to be their herald.
I don't know, he shoots real good.
Yeah, maybe they admire that.
He's like a weed. Real tough. Hard to kill. Give him another shot and you'll get a lot
Recent
more,
fights have proven
distance
otherwise.
out of him.
And maybe
Well, I
because
mean, he
he's
hasn't died yet this time.
Because
So I
it's easy to
suppose.
manipulate. That false priest did manipulate you.
Yeah, through magic though. That's not as likely anymore.
You were possessed by a succubus.
I have my off days.
Fit with shiftily and easily possessed disadvantage. Like,
Well,
some days
that's
my
right.
plus 100 to magic resistance doesn't translate. Sometimes you just roll like dog shit.
Sometimes you botch.
case proven.
I tried. Both to like get the succubus to leave you alone and also to like defend you against Richard.
We don't need to talk about the succubus. I'd rather not be angry right now.
You just kinda okay.
She never laid a hand on you.
We don't need to talk about the succubus right now. I'd rather not be angry.
I love that he repeated it like verbatim.
Yeah, because the awful like immediate is yeah, we put our hands all over you.
Unfortunately, we don't know a dungeon of Jeddah. So,
If it's
Nope.
anything like the Dungeon of Noah, I'm gonna steer clear of it. Thank you for warning.
Technically, it's like a prison. Apparently, there's like something or someone at the bottom of it who's like stuck there. And the lady really wants him out.
And I hope y'all have
Whatever
fun
it is.
finding who that is.
Well, I know, no, I'm really not that interested. Fighting the cool stuff that's in there? Yeah.
Didn't you guys say you had to go back?
Well,
we got
originally started.
we got about a year, so we got time.
they can come remind me if they want, but like, I got other stuff to do. Also, I hate southerner cities. They're all just so cold and confusing.
Also, very warm.
Yeah, sorry, cold like feeling. Like they don't feel like home. And they're very warm.
Probably say the same about Goldar. Though to be honest, I've spent most of my life in port cities, so.
You freeze.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
completely.
no, you said you don't get cold anymore.
I would resist a lot of that. I mean, I get cold, I just don't get hurt by it.
Yeah, you really learned your lesson after being stuck outside.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you a real good sell for Goldar. Better mead than you'll have anywhere else. Southerners, garbage drinks. Terrible. They're either too weak or they're strong, but they taste bad.
I have had a lot of beer that just tastes like piss, so.
Lexi has a big grin across his face. As saying that.
Any other selling points other than they got good alcohol?
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff to hunt. It's not fucking awful hot. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't really sell the mountains to most people. There's a whole lot of horrible things come out of caves, and people fucking hate you. And not a lot of food unless you're hunting it. Maybe some tubers. Got cool dogs. Real big.
Admittedly, the mountains where I'm from are particularly harsh, but it makes us hardy and strong.
I mean, yeah, we've had some bad experiences in the mountains over by there.
Also, you wouldn't have to deal with nobles that,
Oh no, we care about things that matter.
yeah.
Now that's a selling point.
Yeah, your value isn't, oh, you've got that name? Because somebody had to earn that name. You gotta earn the name. And you gotta be good at fighting, or you have to be good at hunting, or you have to be good at healing, or telling the weather, or knowing things about animals and stuff. You have to be useful to your people. You have to help.
I can respect that.
I can also tell that you would be very good at hunting things that could fly. Very much so. That
Yeah.
would be seen as quite a skill up north.
Oh, maybe you could have helped with the dragon.
Shame I was probably on a boat when that
Our
happened.
friend got stolen.
Oh,
Just sharp pause.
Got stolen by a
Before we found the, when we found the big flying ship that we got you in, the temple, we met this really weird guy named Claude. And he wanted to stay outside because the temple reminded him of bad stuff. So we went in, and then there was all this noise and these things on the, what they call it, cameras. And then we went outside, and he had been taken by a big blue thing. And they all talked about it a bunch, and it turned out to be a dragon. We think. So he got grabbed by a dragon. But he was alright after being buried under a mountain for 3 years, so I'm sure he will be fine.
oh, okay. Yep.
How?
All right.
I don't know,
About
weird
fuck-
magic. He could just keep doing magic. Like, you and I get tired if we do too much. He could just keep doing it constantly. All the time. Lots of, he moved the elements a lot. Oh, and he made a machine once. They're like these big metal, it was a big metal flying thing. And it shot little tiny pieces of metal that hurt a lot. It's fine. We broke it.
Sounds like
I
quite.
don't know how you all go through such wild horse shit when I think the most absurd thing I've done in my life is shot a man through the asshole. That's all I've done. And all of you.
You shot a man through the asshole? That's kind of fucked.
Yeah, it was the false
The
prophet.
First Lord stifles a chuckle.
That was the false prophet.
huh.
That's how I killed.
Wait, how'd you get to his
I
asshole?
landed in an outhouse.
Finn kind of like shifts in the seat. He's like, that one wasn't with honor.
It
I'm
wasn't
gonna
our
go
first
ahead and guess.
idea. It wasn't our first idea. However, when it was posited, we realized it was a lot better than our previous.
It wasn't our first idea. It was the better one.
Yeah, Finn actually goes like, what was the first plan?
So, a lot of subterfuge and possibly facing him head on, which he knew magic and previously possessed me. So not the best idea.
I mean, okay, but like, bathroom?
Yeah.
I am admittedly conflicted, Arthur, as it was not a very honorable thing to do.
What was this guy doing to deserve getting shot in the asshole, you know?
He was pretending to be the second coming of Abel and gonna lead a large army of brainwashed masses to spread the word through violence. Can
Oh,
lead
and
to a lot of deaths.
he also tried to force Serena to kill someone on an altar that was still alive.
Oh.
Straight up, yeah, shitty guy. Deserved it. However, sorry I didn't shoot him in the face.
Well, it's okay. Kind of sounded like an asshole, so I guess it's fitting.
I didn't want to get like magicked again, so I figured the assault was the safest bet for me.
I guess he did not fight honorably, so you not fighting honorably and being punished to wade in shit. I will give you a pass.
Yeah, if you want to rationalize it like that, sure.
Yeah, but that wasn't the only punishment you had. I think the worst thing was watching you run towards us with no clothes while you were being chased by ghosts.
By the
Why were you
perception.
naked being... Oh, no, we talked about that one. You looked at ghosts. You were
Yeah.
dumb for looking at ghosts. Don't look at ghosts.
I've never been in a region where ghosts were like an actual thing I had to worry about. It wasn't my first
Listen,
thought.
this is why superstitions exist. You listen to them because they're smarter than you. Someone else already figured it out.
Or they died figuring it out, and their friend told everybody.
It sounds all stupid when they're like, "Oh, don't look in a mirror in a moonless night," until you look in a mirror in a moonless night and you get like possessed by something.
I'll make sure to write that one down.
I mean, if you want a list, I can give you some.
The first
Actually-
Lara just looks amused, just sitting there, watching you all banter.
Besides, you don't need to write it down. Geb told us that after you got stuck outside without clothes in a salt circle.
Anima out of context. I'll just take a bunch of clips from this episode. And players in character talking about what has happened to them in the past. Without context.
It sounds like you've had quite a wild journey as well, Arthur, at the very least.
Yeah, why didn't you tell us the fun fucking stories?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you all the asshole story. Not a story I
that's-
bring up often.
Well, like thinking about stories that you would tell at a tavern to like get everybody to like get a good laugh or get everybody interested. I think that the shooting somebody through their asshole is probably on like the top list. Like I imagine so many drunks would lose their mind over that.
Did we
Probably.
tell them? Did we
Tell
tell them
them.
about the manticore?
Oh, the one that.
Yeah, you did tell me about the manticore. I want a piece of one. Well, you've been alive for like forever. You do any really cool stuff? Fight any fun things?
No, I haven't fought anything. Cool things, I mean. I altered my race for all of eternity, so.
That is pretty
That's
cool.
pretty cool.
I
I
would
don't
say
think I could
that
do
is
that.
probably in top 10. I would believe it was impossible if I hadn't heard it from the source.
I'm glad to make the top.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much up there with a bunch of like A-tier stories. So, yeah, no. On par with Gods is pretty impressive.
Within my domain, at least.
What's the most interesting creature you've seen in Moth then?
I'm sorry, my answer is going to be a bit. Well. Disappointing to you all. People. Mortals alike. Far more interesting than beasts driven by carnal desires or demons of various sins or anything. Watching an individual give everything they ever had for the smallest of steps of progress.
Honestly, I get that.
Radovan did kind of talk about it a little bit.
Beasts and monsters get lots of things that they're made with. Makes them good at surviving, fighting, hunting, or hiding stuff. People's gift is adapting, changing.
Surviving.
No.
You'd be surprised how
Living. There's a difference.
there's a difference. I've seen children survive unthinkable circumstances, seeing the true horrors of the forests and making it out due to luck or some hidden talents. Mortals are very unpredictable. That's what I enjoy watching most.
But if we were talking about like monsters and beasts and other stuff and Moth, what has the like coolest powers to you?
You're asking someone who cannot be defeated.
Well, yeah, nothing's gonna be like on your tier, obviously, but like, what's just something? It doesn't even have to be necessarily like really lethal or whatever. Just weird.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it.
I like being able to do what other things do. So
I've
knowing what's
noticed.
possible is fun. Yeah, he just kind of nods. It's what we do.
There's a beast within this forest that every time you kill it, it is going to come back stronger the next night until it defeats you.
So it starts weak with each new person it kills.
No. Well, yes, in a sense. It's at least not the most dangerous it can be with every new prey.
What's it look like?
Oh,
It depends. Sometimes it appears like a bird with multiple eyes. Sometimes a hound that's torso has been flipped around. Sometimes a goblin-like creature.
Oh. What was that thing in that village we had to go by?
A primeval seed of chaos.
Oh, he just immediately looks pained. That sounds so fun.
That's hard. That area is somewhat excluded from our domain. I only get the bare glimpses of it when it enters the shadows.
That crow sounds very interesting, though. Well, maybe we will run into it on the way back.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for it.
I should probably figure out what our souls are worth to each other again. I really don't want to have to go through sitting through figuring out that.
No,
again.
we just don't follow the soul collector things again.
Yeah,
We
I'd
just
rather-
go around Pluto. I don't want to talk to him again. He wasn't rude or anything, but like, I don't want to do that game. I hate riddles.
kind of like turns to the First Lord. There isn't like a quick way out of the forest, is there?
I can take you.
Looks at the party.
That would be much more appreciated.
Get in wood, Pluto.
I mean, we did promise to bring you back.
We told Radvin we were to take the letter to the First Lord and seek his aid.
No, but Anastasia is gonna be like so mad that we got to do a bunch of cool stuff. He's probably gonna be like all like broody if we got to meet his great 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 grandfather and then he didn't. You should go talk to him. At least introduce yourself.
Does he even know that he is descended from
I don't
him?
know.
It is very reclusive, generally speaking. Though
We'll just crack him
We-
out of that shell.
yeah, Finwith has been doing a good job of slowly getting in there.
I will see Anastasia in time. And I will be making my way to Rosencratz. And you're all free to walk in my wake if you so please.
Yeah, we'll go with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be a short journey, but we'll keep you company.
You're very cool dude. So we'd be happy to come along and journey with you.
Sure. Though I'm sure you would all prefer to rest before heading back.
I'm only a little injured. Smiles and well under half health.
Nishar's like slightly leaning on her chair, trying to look tough.
Yeah, we should probably rest.
It's fine. I feel like I could take on another demon lord.
Don't look at it.
You're all free to stay here for as long as necessary. He motions, and behind you, what used to be a grand cathedral hall now looks like a large foyer into a mansion.
Suburbs.
In your opinion, though, because, I mean, you can actually see City Rosencratz, how much time can we afford to rest?
That depends. A lot is happening. The
Well,
city will be
besides
beset
Sebastian.
by inquisitors in 2 days' time.
Oh, not inquisitors.
Wait,
These
how
guys are
many?
so annoying.
53.
Did they find out about Sebastian's sword?
No.
Sebastian's sword.
Sword.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we found the lawgiver in the
Lawbringer.
lawbringer. Right.
He has a what?
Oh,
Hey, he's got a real sick Inquisitor-only sword, Lawbringer. Got it out the true service.
That's not good.
Yeah, apparently they get real pissed when you have those.
That's understating it.
Yeah.
It's okay. Listen, if an Inquisitor tried to take it from him, he would make it float with his mind, and then he would kill them. Probably.
If he lives that long, he looks lighter than Arthur. One hit and he's probably down.
Well, yeah, but he can
I
fly like
mean-
really high in the air and just like not be near you.
I mean, what are the odds that there would be an inquisitor that can hit his shield so hard he splats against the wall?
Probably like something because there's like them high Inquisitors, and I'm sure there's one of them who could just open his sword and just him so quickly that he doesn't get around in initiative. Because we've met one guy who's like that.
Didn't you
Back
say
in
he
character
was-
though.
Didn't you say he was smarter than most?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, he wouldn't pick the fight. He would just probably leave.
Though he is interested in strong opponents, so I don't know.
Might try it.
So that's just your whole group then. All right.
Well, yeah, most of us are kind of like, there's a problem. I bet we could punch it. And then we do. And so far it's worked pretty well, so.
I mean, there's the occasional times where Anastasia gets a little snippy about it, but
Yeah.
he seems to toe the line and then we get into the fight.
Oh, he has fun with it. You just ignore what he's saying. He's actually enjoying himself. And,
Though-
sorry, but how many Inquisitors did you say?
53.
That's a lot of them. Are they all like the dinky little bad ones? Or are they all like strong Inquisitors?
There's no High Inquisitor amongst them, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's good at least.
Like, are you worried about any of the Vitella?
Understandably so.
30 Inquisitors. It doesn't matter what kind of creature you are. That's a lot of Inquisitors. And that's not even counting a High Inquisitor.
Well, that's okay, then we'll just go help Anastasia.
Yeah.
He'd help us.
Would we get there in time? It took us several days just to get here. Even
But
I
we
don't
have
know how long it would take for you to travel.
A few moments.
Well, then we heal up here, where nothing else is gonna hurt us. And then we'll go and make sure everybody's okay. He'd be really upset even if he wasn't fighting if any of his family got hurt.
Though, now that we understand a little bit more about each other, Arthur, we do need to probably speed up one of your lessons before we go. It will be very useful, I think, in the coming days.
All right.
He's going to teach you the fun armor one.
Hopefully, I have the constitution to use it. Because I remember I looked through all the fucking Frost Collier things, and that would be a lot of turns to sit there waiting.
That's fair.
The First Lord gets up from his seat. Well, consider this your home for the time being. If there's anything you need, you just need to ask.
You feel free to do the same. It has been a grand time. Anything I could do to repay the favor?
He smiles. If I think of something.
Likewise.
He just kind of smiles and shakes his head slightly. Well, if free to use any of the rooms here.
Do we just follow the carpet back to you then?
I'm always around. You just need to summon me.
Always watching Wazowski.
Always
Always
watching.
Come, we still have some hours. And he stands up and he brings a hand over to Arthur.
Yep. Yeah, we do.
I will show you the second technique. And I believe it was this one, because it is the one you picked.
All right.
Then what gets up, but as they kind of do their shit, kind of tilts his head over towards his shores. You should ask Alexei if you need any more help. If we're gonna go fight Inquisitors, you should know how to fight them if they can make your magic stop. Get some sleep first. And then he goes.
All right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and end the session for the evening. Sure, there's a lot to talk about for the session, but let's go ahead and give some experience first. General interpretation. I think once you guys kind of got more comfortable, you guys start opening up. Lots of sharing. I'll give a group 20 experience points.
He said dispense with the formalities, and so he got his wish.
True.
It's like a pseudo recap episode as well.
Yep. Catched up on all the shenanigans.
Beyond that, no difficult actions, no good ideas or plans.
I don't know. Good idea giving him the rock eyes.
True.
Oh, my idea. No one reminded me that they were in my inventory. I totally didn't forget about them in the slightest.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, they don't work between the wake and the material plane.
Shame. He made the gesture.
But until he gets yoinked elsewhere, he can see outside of Moth.
Yeah, you just gotta. One of you's gotta do it because Arthur's not taking the other one. He ain't gonna give the man
another thing peeping on you.
No, he doesn't want it to be a very short viewing session. Arthur doesn't think he's gonna live very long.
Oof.
Yeah.
This is the end of your Gehenna Forest run, so you guys get an additional 30 experience points.
Oh,
that's a whole Iqbal. That's how I'm gonna like. That's like the unit of
In
measurement for experience now
ickballs.
is an ickball. It's increments of 30.
But due to the lack of any skill rolls made this session, no player awards.
No.
Do you guys have your dice? Doesn't use them.
I don't know what you guys could do. You guys could have had a sparring session in the middle of this for all I know.
Arthur, you didn't ask if you could shoot him.
I didn't. It didn't come up. Arthur didn't want to shoot him.
You still have 2
Who's
days.
gonna bring it up? Him? Oh yeah, I've seen those guns. Would you like to shoot me?
Arthur, in the meanwhile, he's not going to ask someone to shoot him. He was hesitant to even shoot Finwith.
Yeah, Finwith had to beg him and then be like, listen, please, trust me, I can turn into a giant bear. Okay, hold on. That changes
so
things.
fucking
How big
hurt.
of a bear?
The thing of telling a man who is trained with like handguns, like shoot me, like just shoot me, like trust me. He's like, I know what these things can do.
Yeah, it's like going to like a regular shooting range and be like, just shoot me in the leg. And it's like, no, I'm not gonna shoot you. Are you out of your mind? It's like, and then they turn into a giant fucking cryptid, and you're like, okay, maybe I will shoot you somewhere very non-lethal.
Just go down range first.
Please.
But yeah, fortunately, just no player awards. Nothing really happens beyond just getting a lore dump. But you guys had a lot of fun talking, and you got your segment closure. So I mean, it's a lot of experience right there. But player nominations and/or kudos.
Oh, there
There's
were
a
so
lot of
many
good
good lines and like conversations.
That's where you guys are going to make up the difference for all the missing player awards.
Yeah.
Strong
Just start
showing coming
continuing.
back.
I start continuing to defend that fucking sword, which kudos to Cameron for having her sass us in Ishtar's mind. Sword doesn't even cut, it sucks. That's what they think.
It does cut with magic.
Yeah. Just don't use it physically because I see that breakage. Or fortitude. Arthur got some more steps into figuring out what's going on with his dark patron.
I said
which
that's
is
worthy
something
of
that
a
he's been
player
wanting to
award.
know about, so.
Character progression.
I just want at least kudos because it killed me. Fucking telling the First Lord this fucking guy building up all the atmosphere and everything, and then you, Devin, just being like, "You're a cool dude." Fucking killed me.
Sure.
I saw you. That was great.
We'll take a player award.
Finwith and Alexia are masters of just ruining an atmosphere. Normally it would be one of your characters, but honestly, Arthur has like the politeness to like just stay quiet when things are awkward. He's like, I don't want to fucking interrupt this shit.
Oh, I did love Arthur's like, we don't need to talk to the succubus. I don't want to get mad right now. And
Yeah.
then
I don't need to talk
immediately
about the
repeat
succubus.
it.
I don't want to get mad right now.
That was great. I love that.
I definitely agree. That's worthy of a player award.
Thank you.
And the ass blaster, you didn't get your opportunity, and then you did it anyway. Accidentally mentions I shot a man in the asshole.
Culmination. I forgot in the moment because Arthur was so frustrated that you guys keep doing this. You keep just out of context steamrolling something with some weird, absurd bullshit, and he gets so like hit by it every time.
Oh, it fucking delights me and Finwith in character. His reactions make it 10 times better.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's nuts. Why are you guys so excited about this? It's great.
I like to give a player award for Arthur as well, just being like, you guys are fucking insane. I thought our lives were crazy. I shot a man through the heart, through his asshole.
Died twice!
And you guys are even crazier than that.
Just every other week, you do some absurd bullshit and treat it like it's normal.
Because it is. No, that's not normal.
Also give Finwood just had a lot of really good highlights of the avoiding eye contact with Ishtar. That was really good. A lot of when especially speaking about being lonely, a lot of the body language during that was really good as well. You spoke very well with body language this session.
That
It's
moment with the First
sad.
Lord was great too. Where you made the First Lord walk over and pat you.
He's like, I'm just casually going for a drink. Oh no, my hand pop. It's okay.
Finwith got a slight boost. Ishtar's like the best thing she's learned so far from all of this is just learning how to physically fight. And that was Finwith's idea.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just like immediately tumbled into, and now she's terrified of me because of how I fight. I have failed my small student.
I also want to give Ishtar a player award for asking the questions, being the lore monkey for this session, and asking for all the juicy lore bits that I'm so excited to give out.
Yeah, there's a lot that Finwith wouldn't think to like poke and prod at more until you've asked the question, and then whatever the answer is just wasn't good enough, and so then he did the sort of thing of like, no, but like, keep talking, stop like waiting for the dialogue prompt. Just go, tell me things.
To be fair, he doesn't want to bore you all with thousands of years of stories.
Then comes in this world-deprived little church mouse, part feral church lizard, asking all the questions.
They stumble across the players who would actually listen to all the stories, though.
That was a pretty great group of just, that's rough, buddy. Reminds me of this time.
Yeah, there's a solid mix of like, I'm not going to say that I understand what it's like because you've lived thousands upon thousands of years. Like, obviously it's going to be different. But also, man, I am vibing with that in the worst of ways.
Yeah. A good solidarity award all around for everyone. Just, there was a lot of moments this session where you guys just had, like, oh, yeah, all right, my damage. You guys had a very therapeutic session today. Group therapy session.
We didn't get to hear Arthur's backstory, though. Just that he's died twice.
I mean, he explained that he wanted... Actually, Ishtar explained it, yeah. He wanted to murder a dude real hard, and then after he did so, he wanted to murder an entire group of people real hard. And he's very open, like, yep, and I'm going to do it.
And those people suck, so Alexi's like, go for it.
You know, Finn was like, that's kind of... Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's shitty kind of, like, goal to live for, but, like, you know... I'm not in that position, so I can't really judge.
I'm surprised Finwood wasn't excited to hear about all the different undead he could possibly fight if he went with Black Sun.
He's less excited about undead because he would prefer not to use any of their pieces. Like, the Necrogolem was pretty cool though, so like that gave away his superstitiousness. Like he doesn't want anything to do with the undead until he sees a really big cool undead and he's like, I don't want to use part of it, but like, if I did, what could I do? And obviously I can't use that thing's powers because it's related on bodies, and I'm not eating a bunch of bodies to just vomit them up at things. That's a little too far even for me. But...
I'm glad I was actually able to have the utility spells to help out for this.
Yeah, like wardrobe
and
perfume.
You know what? For the nobility spell, or go ahead, because the nobility spells are great.
So fucking ridiculous.
Fancy the magic.
You just come around the corner and Finn's looking at both of them. The fuck are you wearing? Why do you smell like that? That's supposed to be a good thing? It's
the spell describes it as just being a pleasant body odor smell.
Oh,
it doesn't really describe what kind of scent it takes on, so it probably changes person to person.
You walk in with that chemical flower bullshit and you've lost him.
Adjust the target's body odor, making it fragrant, smooth, and a pleasant aroma, evoking pleasant sensations in those within the area.
Okay. So I guess the exact smell would probably change a little depending on who it is. To make sure
Yep.
it's
Each person
not an
would
issue.
just be.
Okay. Well, then instead he looked at the turtleneck and went, heh. And then he was like, okay, I will wear that one.
Yep. And that's just Arthur. It's like, this is the one you hate the most. Got it.
I actually like that. Just Finwith having to give fashion advice.
I did the opposite. Richard heard him say that the turtleneck looked ugly, and he's like, this is probably the better looking one. And/or I get to bother him because he hates it.
That's probably the more likely
And
one.
he's just a petty bitch.
He really is.
I did love the moment where Ishtar was just like, "Oh, right," and then like dives behind a tree to go change their clothes. That was great.
Listen, there's not too much that's going to change with Finwith. He doesn't care.
If Finwith was open for it, she would have done the same for him. But the most she would
He's
probably
fine.
do is just make it look like he was a little bit cleaner and fancied up little bit.
He also knows how to like make stuff, so he does a lot of like consistent repairs on things and replaces pieces pretty often when he fights stuff, even if it doesn't get turned into totems. So
Man, Finwith could have done like what he did with the dinner with the lady. Just in the owl feathers and eyes.
yeah. Then when I go in with something I already practiced, didn't know what he was gonna need. If anything. He didn't need to borrow anything at the moment.
Any other nominations in Arcudos?
God, Alexi, just the constant bro award.
Yeah, Alexi, I love just a good character or good job characterizing Alexi this session.
I enjoy him.
I also love how we were all slightly bashing Sebastian for just being that character because he has no emotion.
He's a weirdo. Sebastian's a
He's just
weirdo. He
a
doesn't
freak.
understand.
The First Lord looking in on him. Yes,
Yeah,
he
he's weird.
is. Mortals don't act like that.
I did love the like, what a coincidence! Like there was like 3 different coincidences through the thing. It's like
Yeah.
we have a Sebastian too.
We have a Serpa, you fuck.
He's never heard Anastasia's last name. I don't know.
So how'd you like knowing that Anastasia is the great grandson of the First Lord?
It's very funny to know.
We can't let, like, I want him to know, but at the same time, it's like, he's gonna be like so fucking annoying about it. He's either gonna be like, I'm not defined by, like my ancestor, edgy teenager, or he's gonna be like, I'm so cool. I'm a descendant of the First Lord. But like in his subtle, broody way. Or he just stares conflicted and confused and not sure what's going on, or whether this guy's gonna act like Lauren Teeve and like pull on his leg, or if he's gonna be like a stiff. And then probably ends up just ragged on by the party about something, so it doesn't matter anyway. He immediately has all like presence and reputation immediately ground to the dirt. Like, yeah, this is the one we were telling you about. This is your great grandson who got slapped into a wall and then beat up by a lady in a fighting tournament. He's like,
She
yeah.
was a great warrior.
Yes, she was a very great warrior. Much better than him because he lost. Just in that matchup, though. Pats.
How would you guys like the First Lord? This has been a meeting long in the waiting.
He makes Finwith so sad. So incredibly sad. This is his worst nightmare. Someone help him. Except he doesn't want to be helped. Which is worse. I like him, though. His maladjusted coping to, well, if I just don't go out and do anything, it will be not as horrendous when I cannot do any of it, even if I wanted to. And at least this way I get to see the benefits that come from my horrific sacrifice. Also, his amusement at us.
Also, he's like really chill, so like Alexi's like, I'd like to help him, but like he doesn't want to be helped. Though, I don't know. If we had the potential to kill the Lord of Crows, maybe he would have been more up for it. Because he didn't technically say he wouldn't want that. He just didn't want us to die.
Yeah, but the downside is if you kill the Lord of Crows, then you get rid of all the fancy fucking shadow shit, and Moth gets real bright, potentially. Unless it's like a permanent change. But I definitely don't think he would like that because the Vitala would get like ants under a magnifying glass.
You guys learned some very interesting, deep lore about Moth and about the current
Why Moth
world.
is the asshole of God.
And it's gonna
Fucking
get worse in a
hellscape.
few years.
Information other people are never going to be privy to, basically.
It's not every day you speak to a millennia's old vampire.
Who's godlike.
Yeah.
So, some fun mechanical / lore facts. Until the city Graven is built, which is the city that Malekith is building currently. Corvus Evernight is all the power of that city is going to infusing him to be the key. He is currently immortal and has godlike abilities. But when Graven swaps over and enters the materia world, he'll enter the wake and be its key. He'll become mortal again.
Yeah, Finwith was like, it's too impolite, and I really don't want the answer because either way it's gonna be sad. But it's like, dude, at least when you swap over, do you get to go into Torpor 2 and just like not suffer anymore? Can you just go to sleep?
Nope.
No, but you know.
That's why you didn't ask. He didn't want to know.
Yeah, it's a very lonely existence that he's made, but he's lived a life unlike any other. Watching,
It's a little late to regret it.
Yeah. Watching over everyone in Moth. The ups, the downs.
Alexi's going to keep his promises, though. He might need to be level 11 when he comes in, but it's fine.
But I'm glad that you guys liked the First Lord. He's been a character that's been waiting like 19 sessions or something now to come out.
I almost forgot he didn't have a foam finger.
That's, he said he lived alone. He's lying. He actually put, because there's the First Lord, and then as we established, the first dude, who's currently hiding somewhere. He's just put in his room like, hey, I'm having guests over, do not come out. And that's the one who has the blood like hat. He's drinking it through a straw, or just straight up how I'm picturing him. Vampire.
Like, you always break the atmosphere, and like I gotta keep up an image, reputation here.
He's that Patella that made it through the wake is like, I don't want to fucking go back. That was ass. I'm not doing that shit again.
I'm staying here. God damn it. Though honestly though, I do just picture him as of the vampire version of the dude from the Big Lebowski. Like he's straight up just like stirring a red Russian with his finger, just being an outright slob, being that shitty roommate.
He missed all the elegance. The moonlight just scattered around him.
Oh,
he got it reflected off a keg stand. It was like, that's enough.
It's the Anima spinoff of What We Do in the Shadows. Just the First Lord and his shitty roommate.
A less noble sacrifice.
Ishtar's so close to a level up.
I did just level up. I have a lot of martial knowledge I need to spend. Speaking of which, I have two questions for you, real quick, sure. Cameron. First one, not combat aura. There's a specific nemesis ability that gives you like that aura that gives people, if they fail your check, like a -20 to all actions. Can I exempt people from the aura? Doesn't say I can. That's why I'm clarifying.
No.
It just says I haven't. Yeah.
It's like combat aura.
Yeah, that's what hurts it. I don't want to do that to my allies.
To be fair, you're normally standing in the fucking back, so if you're just not near anybody. But at that point, something's near you.
Yeah.
Second, we gotta be.
Can I get myself a limit?
What do you mean? Oh yeah,
I
sure. Go
want-
ahead.
Cool. I want the limit of death.
Fair.
Fitting.
I want to regain key when I kill something.
The limits are pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah,
Now you just need to buy the advantage that Alexi has, so you can just instantly regain all your fucking key points.
pretty nice.
It is a great quality of
How
life
much does it
advantage.
cost?
It's 1, 2, or 3.
Okay.
Because it's 1 minute every 10 rounds and every 2 rounds. Due to the Dominion of Key adjusting it slightly. Because it used to be you would gain... Oh, what was the old one? It was like 1 every 2 hours, 1 every 20 minutes, 1 every... Or something like that. I forget.
Arthur's not allowed to have the third tier of that. Imagine him regaining a fuck ton of key every 2 turns.
I want Arthur to eventually just have his guns out functionally forever.
It's pretty nice. And if you take time and meditate, you can actually double the amount, but you don't... It's not a resting thing, so you won't gain fatigue back. So if you have spent fatigue, you're not regaining that back. But you are regaining double of what you would normally take in.
Yeah. Though the limit of death at least is nice, because each attack I get 1 key point for each thing I kill with my attack. Area attack limits it to a maximum of 10 key points. I can shoot 9 times in a round. It's a lot of things that can die.
True.
And my guns cost 2 per turn. So if I just keep killing at least 2 things per turn.
I think there is a limit. To
It
the
is
amount
10
they give
per
you.
attack. Per actual, but that's just something because I just reread it. If I do an area attack that kills hundreds of people, I only get 10 key. It's based on the attack roll, not the whole turn.
Okay. I didn't know if it had a limit you could get per day or something.
No,
like
it's just per turn.
that. Okay.
Though I can't run out and just shoot a bunch of cows and be like, all right, I'm fully stocked, boys, let's go. It has to be actual life. Not
Cows are not actually alive.
It says he does not benefit from killing inferior forms of life.
Ooh.
So herd animals, insects, etc.
Yeah.
Before
animals are-
Suzanne or anybody drops out, I just want to say, good session, everybody. I always
Really good.
enjoy getting to play Finn with, but I really like when people engage in fun conversations. Both the sad ones and the funny ones.
Yeah, you had an interesting powwow with the First Lord, just all sitting on chairs, just talking about your traumas. It was great.
Discovering that the chair spawn was great. I did love the just Finn with an Alexi moment of figuring out the chairs were there, but instead of just going and sitting in a new chair, it's just no, we're gonna bring these ones. He just popped them out of existence for us. Might as well bring them along. That was great.
I
By
think
the
we
way,
talked
how
about it
was-
while you were at the bathroom, but they do we were talking about how it's weird what they consider rude or not. And it's
Yeah,
basically
I
they
heard.
don't have any etiquette, but they do have respect. And that's the fine line difference.
How'd you guys like the scene setting for the First Lord's manor?
Very well done.
Finwith thinks that it's as sad as the reality of his life. My god, man, you can make anything, and you choose to just sit here in the fallen ruin of former glory. At least glory in terms of Southerners and their big fancy manors and cathedrals and shit. It's dude, just because it's all darkness and stuff doesn't mean you can't have some nice candles, have a fur rug, maybe even a fireplace or something. Have something feel cozy, homey. Not Gothic Manor number 3 in the middle of Hell Forest. You can do anything. You don't even have to make this place look all decayed and shit. You can make the floors nice. You can fix the lawn, the broken water bird fountain out there, though God knows what bird would bathe in that. Hopefully not the spectral bastards.
I don't know if anybody also made that connection, but when he was talking about I could see everything from here, it's not really anything. It's like the person whose entire life is sitting and watching cable TV like all day.
It's all
There's this like grim realization that was a factor.
Yeah, famous things like, yeah, but just because you can see everything doesn't mean you get to go interact with it. You can't go outside and feel the wind. You can't, have the thrill of having fun or like hunting or whatever, or just sitting down somewhere. You don't even have to be talking to people, like listening to it, but just being in the moment and in the atmosphere of it. But he doesn't know how to put to words the even when I was alone, there were things that made it easier. And like I can't imagine being even further removed from that one thing that I did have.
I mean that comparison, yeah, just it's the same shit in Old Boy. Like he's just isolated for like 15, 16 years or something, and all his only interaction with anything is just TV. So when he actually gets out, he can't talk to people anymore. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. He just can relay information. And he just like, I haven't spoken to anyone in like 16 years.
I don't need to go see my family. I can see them anytime I want. It's like, yeah, well, reading their Facebook updates isn't the same as going and talking to them so they know who you are.
Actually, I think that was one of my favorite scenes is Finn with an Alexi, like, hey, you should go visit them. They're here.
He's probably also prepping himself for an eternity of darkness.
That's why Finwith can't like overly push,
Yeah.
because at the same time he's like, I understand that it's like if I'm not closer, it will hurt less, right? Like I'm not going to be able to see them, so why take away even more from myself? It's like, well, it's not just for you as well. Like, sometimes people would rather know who they're missing.
I'm sure those
Or that there's
weird
something they're missing.
crows know how to get into the wake. They could still visit you. Sort of thing.
That's even if he's in the regular wake and not just in like the opposing version, like the personal hell, like bubbled basically.
Most likely probably going to be in the personal hell because he's too valuable of a key to lose.
Yeah, like you wouldn't just leave that sitting around the wake. Especially if you're going to go make enemies, like the Lord of Shadows probably going to. At least by virtue of fucking existing.
How'd you guys enjoy the lore of the birth of Vitella, their history, and the connection to Malekith, the Prince of Crows?
I find it interesting. And there was definitely like that moment where it's just like, ha, your first lord thinks that you should play nice too. Sort of moment, but like,
He's cool. Why can't you guys be
respectfully.
cool? No, it was interesting lore. I love lore anyway, though it's funny because I have to see it and write it through Finwit's mindset rather than like a character who would be more like interested in like the factual side of it rather than just like the, oh no, this story's getting sad. Oh no. Also, holy shit, you guys are so fucking dramatic. And we were made from the blood and the darkness. And we were so dark we needed a bit of light. But we couldn't get in the sunlight because we're so dark. So we need moonlight, which is elegant. And it's like, Jesus Christ, could you just a little bit more about yourselves?
Have you ever met a not extra Vitella?
So noble and elegant, but horrendous in our predatory beauty. It's like,
there's just gonna be that moment where we see Anastasia just be like, hug, we finally understand you. It was laid out to us.
You bear a horrible burden with your race's creation, and it wasn't the blood hunger. It's that you all can't help but be dramatic, edgy bastards. Like, holy fuck. I'm so sorry you can't just be chill. It took this guy countless millennia to achieve it, and he's still dramatic. Gestures hand to the side, a whole full banquet appears. Of course, bows. Oh God.
I'm sorry. All right, I'm just doing the cool scene in the anime world. Don't look
okay,
at the
we love-
theatrics in the eye.
This just means he's
Just
family.
enjoy
Because
the
we're
show.
bullying him. Come on, Cameron. You know how this goes. We show
I know.
affection by bullying and making fun of them.
We do have a bad habit if like somebody's more chill than the average. We like to just bully the people who are higher level than us.
It's the only way you can grasp desperately at power and control of the situation. We have to make fun of them in character, out of character, where we won't get squished. Can't do it to their faces. Plus, it's also the matter of like, it's nice knocking pegs out from someone who's like that high above you to be like, nah, come down here, come talk to us level.
Talk to the peons.
And
Right.
it's
I
nice
mean-
to remind yourself that like people are still people, even when they're super high powered and near godlike beings. Like the dude's still a person, still has preferences and a history and horrible coping methods to deal with the crushing depression.
It's true.
It's an interesting character and an interesting existence. I tried to mix melancholy with the Vitella's innately high charisma, and I hope I did that well.
Yeah.
You did. Anastasia's gonna get so bullied when they get back.
And
I mean,
then
as soon as he started talking about like the reality of his situation, Finn was like, "All right, well, guess I'd die for him." Here we go, another one added to the list.
what's up?
Hundreds of miles of key detection, baby. Here we go.
Oh
You're such a
no.
fucking monster.
I see everything.
You know, it's specifically written in the Aleph thing that drives you mad to see the edges of reality. You're already stupid as fuck, so like just saying a couple 100 miles should just
I
Scramble
slightly
you.
nerfed the amount of points I'm putting in my attack because I needed 10 more. Now I'm good. I got it. I can finally just perceive fucking everything.
On the bright side, it's only key. With a left, you see fucking everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Aleph breaks your mind. You have to make saves constantly. And they're not pretty saves either.
Ooh. And they get worse.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you
Doc
guys
looked
like
at that and then teleported around it.
How'd you guys like the deafening silence at the beginning of the session?
It's creepy.
It
I think it
was
sets the
perfect,
scene well.
perfect mood setting.
It was a pretty big, like, I guess, parallel to his situation. Just, that's all there is. There is nothing. By design, and just because of the darkness.
The darkness is a metaphor for his kind of lonely state, without any sounds, without anything.
Oh, I'm sure
It's
he's
just-
absolutely feeding it with it.
Uncomfortable.
Yep.
But there's also a power to it. That instant fear that you're making too much noise or you're drawing too much attention. It's it was a good mood setting for, you know, the lonely lord at the center of the Gehenna forest.
Unfortunately, they sent the jock squad, and while that worked for a little bit, as soon as he said dispense with the formalities and didn't immediately take our heads off for not bowing, then it was like, all right, my house now. It's too quiet. You know how we fix it? Make a bunch of noise. Personally, I liked it until we got to the banquet table, and I immediately imagined the like pin drop quiet of having to take like the fucking the little bubble exams and somebody bringing like an apple or something or like chips into class, and you're like, there's no noise, but occasionally the scribble of pencil when someone pushes down too hard, or like the little ee when they circle too much, like, and it gets just perfect smooth. Why the fuck are you eating in here? Why the fuck is no one stopping you? They just it's like, I can hear the saliva between your teeth. I will murder you as soon as I'm free from this room. And can feel my fingers because it's always like -20. Finwith just hated everything about that place, but it's fine. He's gonna fix it. He's gonna like, hey, you know what would go really nice here instead of like this like ratty old carpet? It's like all threadbare and stuff. Like, not that. Have you considered instead of like the tiles, like in the big empty throne room, like nice like comfy like sitting room, like people can gather around, sit comfy and talk. Maybe a nice fireplace. It can be a dim one if you don't like the light. Like bookshelves, people like bookshelves full of books, right? Looks at the professor. I do like bookshelves full of books, specifically about necromancy.
Yeah, it's just the interesting. I mean, you're talking to an ancient, Vitella, the last of the elders, so definitely just see things differently. But
yeah, luckily
it's
Finwith straddles the line of like, well, I don't want to push too hard to be like that person, but at the same time, like, if I'm given an inch, I'll take the mile.
He's very accommodating.
Mm-hmm.
And we've given him probably the most entertainment this man has had in who God knows how long.
I think a little bit of him just enjoys the company. As much as that's going to hurt later.
It's different when you're in the room. It's like the thing of like, you could be sitting in your room on your laptop, but it's different being in the living room with somebody else that you like on their laptop nearby. You don't even have to be talking together. It's just being in the company of other people.
Yeah. Just too painful. I liked his subtle actions, though. He is a very, like, genuinely good person. When you guys were sitting down, instead of sitting upon his throne, he just conjured your chair and sat at the same level.
Oh yeah, no,
Finn
would like that when you joined them. He's like, yeah, story time.
He just accommodates. He gives you whatever you guys want. That's within his power.
After knowing about the Vitala back in Rosencratz too, it's like the you guys shot that guy in the asshole and saved a bunch of people's lives. It was very good of you.
But before, he also chuckled at it. Because it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, when you guys were bringing it up and like barreling down on Arthur, he just couldn't help but chuckle at it. It's a different energy with people in the room, and it's something that he's been trying to deaden himself to for aeons.
I'm so sorry, man. We're gonna make it worse, but like they can't help it.
Yeah,
it would hurt you and them to not do anything about it too. Because like walking away thinking like you didn't even give this man like a single bright moment before he's locked away forever. It's like, oh, I'm not sure I could suffer that either.
It's a very harsh time for him, but he also loves the Vitella very much. He loves his kinsman
hopefully
very
he
much.
helps with our give us back Radovid, we love him problem.
Oh, don't worry. The next time you guys go, you guys are going to be heading back to Rosencratz, and it's going to be great. And I'll give you guys a little spoiler on what's going to be happening when you guys go to Rosencratz.
And the stream. Oh, lucky you guys.
Oh, lucky you guys. Stick it for the afterthought. The First Lord and Iqval are going to fight.
Fuck yeah. We'll help. No, we won't.
Fucking sick, but.
Well, I mean, to what?
A lot of damage.
Yeah. There's the darkness and the blood. Now we just need a little bit of moonlight.
I wonder what that is.
So much light and darkness in this room, Cameron.
The Vitella are very thematic in design.
Yes, because they're theater kids, we know.
To be fair, Erebus is a theater kid as a god. He is the god of dark discovery and nightmares.
God, I bet he's so stoked he got that title.
I mean, he made it, so...
There We're
Even
so many
worse.
fucking Warhammer names this session.
Yeah, he's like those like cheesy like web novel like writers like who give themselves like the really dramatic usernames.
To be fair, Corvus is after Corvids.
Yeah,
Yes,
and so
we're aware.
Korvax, the Primarch of the Blood Ravens.
Oh.
And then Erebus is the first chaplain of the Word Bearers, who's the entire reason a really horrible thing happened in the Warhammer universe.
Well, to be fair, Erebus itself is a Latin name or word.
It is a thing. It's a larger
Yes,
thing.
it is.
It's just one of those names that is permanently tied because every time I hear it, I'm like, fucking Erebus. All your fault.
Yeah,
The reason I can't run this easily.
You fucked up the entire fucking Imperium because you're a little shit.
He was a similar Titan to Nyx, known as the Deep Darkness, the Shadow, or the Covered. But yeah, so it's going to be hype. There's also the Inquisitor fights coming up.
How bad
And
can a fight with 53 Inquisitors go?
Easy.
It's going to be a really hype fight, and there's going to be a good reason why. Because whether you guys went or not, I was prepared.
Well, of course they're going to go help. The Sorbons might be in that fight, and like one
The
of
Sorbons
them
are definitely
going to
be in that fight.
Yeah,
Oh, let's see. That's at least.
they're the Guardians, and there's no way Anastasia is going to let his family go fight and not go with them. Plus, Finwith gave his word he would help him with his family so that he would go help him with, well, kind of his. So he's going to do that.
It's going to be some epic stuff because we got about, I'm predicting 2 more sessions of Cradle to Crypt and 2 more sessions of, or 3 more sessions of the Wednesday game before we're done with the Rosencratz arc. And we still got a lot of resolutions to make. There's still a lot you guys don't know, a lot of plot twists that have not been fully figured out quite yet.
It's a real shame that Yvonne's not like cool enough of an elder to just be the replacement key. We just toss her in there, just don't feel as bad about it.
Sebastian.
Sorry, we don't know anything about you.
Sebastian is actually the First Lord's son.
He is.
My backstory.
Just not that one. Not that Sebastian. But yeah, no, ever since you got the ring and what the ring did and the Sorbonne line in general, I've been planning the First Lord being revealed as your progenitor. Your face. Your face.
Your head
when I
like whipped
mentioned
around
it.
too. You were like in the middle of notes or drawing and just
And then you hid your face behind the notes.
yeah, because she saw both of us turn and look at her camera and we're like, haha.
Because Anastasia wasn't edgy enough. Let's make him the descendant of the man that has helped plunge Moth into darkness.
Darkness literally runs in your veins.
It is a pretty cool way to explain, though, both his and Lauren's abilities.
Yep.
Now we get to find out too what Trey's abilities are because somebody's fucking around with the crows.
If he
Yeah.
has any abilities or if he's making deals. I have no idea what he's
Oh
doing.
yeah, the I'm not as martially adept character definitely doesn't develop magic. That'd be silly.
I'm keeping open mind. He could be just like a standard NPC, and he's like, you know what? I want powers. What can the crows give me?
Or
They're crazy
again,
enough. They'd probably try it.
or could just have a boyfriend. You never know.
Yeah, maybe.
Or
Okay.
whatever's over there at the crows. God
no
knows.
idea.
Also fair.
We have no idea how many people are even in the family. We know 2 names.
We only know they're weird. Because of what everybody's saying, so.
And
but
they're a bunch of occultists.
I
it's
like
all-
how you guys are like, wait, so are the crows your descendants? It's like, no.
All
They're
we do is
just a
got the
bunch of
crow,
weird-
crow, crow, and it's like, oh no, the crow for the Lord of Crows. They skipped me. We both get the name because of the crow. Lord. Okay. So who is? Because nobody else was asking it.
Yeah.
And Finn with his nosy. And then
You all
Mr.
knew
Barnum
the
is
answer.
absolutely delighted because he's like, hey. I mean, we're basically family because we're friends with like your great grandkid. And like, I would die for him in a fight. It's like extends to you automatically. Your family, and not shitty family. That's how it goes. That's how clans do be. Except you guys aren't my clan. It's sobs here.
It's going to be interesting, and I'm excited because there's certain decisions you guys can make that can really change the course of events for the next couple sessions. And
What could we possibly do?
that's
We're
a
just
good
coasting
question.
along. This party has never looked at something and gone that way.
But it's great. I hope you guys have been enjoying the Rosencratz arc. I've put a lot of effort into making it as interesting and hype as possible.
And I am delighted that Anastasia broke that foci.
Yep. That
If
was
only-
a strange consequence that I did not, well, I was prepared for, but did not anticipate.
Oh, that means the First Lord knows what Ickfall's doing.
It does.
Oh no!
Because he didn't know before until that was broken and then he could see.
Come here, you little shit.
Why do you think I said they're gonna fight?
Yeah, because it's like, hey, you know that thing that like I've been suffering for eternity for to like help you guys out, and everything I've ever done is for the Vitella, and you're trying to undo it. Oh, also directly threatening everybody more by being an evil little cunt. I'm gonna destroy you.
Hell, there's a possibility he woke up Yvonne from whatever slumber she was in, which means he also might have potentially woken up another elder that was supposed to be asleep. So
Well, that's the thing
there's
is we
also
have her journal just stays going the whole time. It never paused like she went into torpor. Was the
that.
thing.
Yeah.
So if he says that he can wake them up, he might be able to, but he might also be lying.
We don't know.
Who
unfortunately.
knows?
He's also a very powerful blood mage, so it might not be a matter of like whether he can or can't, or will he. So I guess we'll find out, or the First Lord will pick him up and punt him through the Earth's crust for being a little bitch. I would offer to help, but both of my characters would die instantly. Mostly because their blood would
I
probably just get swooped.
can't wait. Unfortunately,
Alex
we gotta wait
is
2
bane
weeks.
of my existence.
2 weeks.
To be fair, this time
Whoa.
it's not Alex's fault entirely.
Yeah, I'm blameless. Like every situation.
No, this one situation, that's only because your family dropped something on you at the last minute.
I'm blameless.
Well, with that, we still have a stream going, and it's
Yeah,
5:40 a.m.
We're gonna
here,
go
so-
ahead and end the stream here.
And
It's been a
we're
very
going
hype
to
session.
definitely just apologize to Alex for our jokes and give him lots of reaffirming statements as soon as the video's off.
We all love Alex. No one hates
Mhm.
him.
So
Saying this stuff makes him uncomfortable, though.
I, at least if this thing does get like rewatched in for posterity, there are people who wouldn't be able to tell that. So
That's fair.
We
It's-
appreciate you,
we
Alex.
don't want to be canceled on Twitter for showing affection to Alex in the only language he speaks anymore.
Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. If you have not done so already, please follow. We're going to have a little bit of a rough schedule here coming up. Also, I'll be starting a few new games as soon as we're done with this Wednesday game of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I'm going to be heavy diving into Pathfinder and really doing my own homebrew world, doing a lot of living world stuff with it, and it's going to be a really fun tabletop experience, so can't wait to share that with everyone. But it's going to be a very long and bumpy road ahead, so keep an eye out. Anyway, we're going to go.
Remember, praise the first dude.
Praise
See you
him.
later. Anyway, say goodnight, everyone.
Eddie night.
Good night.
I need a
I
token
got you.
from
I got you.
Well, I have bought officially with my martial